आसान वाले से बट देन लॉगिन उसने बोला है रिवर्ट हो सकता है परमिशन बट सर ये ओपन होगा मतलब अपना जो ये दैट इज ओके बट ये हाँ और ये लॉगिन नहीं हो रहा
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to 24th Inflection Chemicals and Petrochemicals Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards 2020. I am Namrata from Team Alden Global. I will be the host for the day and will navigate you through interesting keynotes and panel discussions. Today, we are here to gain insights and celebrate success and innovation in chemicals and petrochemical supply chain. The top leaders of the country will share their thoughts in the panel discussions. Today's conference theme is Driving Resilience and Efficiency in Chemicals and Petrochemicals Supply Chain and Logistics. Today, 450 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, let's start the conference with interesting keynote by Mr. Sunil David, Regional Director of IoT from AT&T on disruptive technologies, a game changer in logistics.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Namrata, for that introduction. Let me share my screen. Just give me a minute. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, Sunil.
Can. Okay, great. So at the outset, I would like to thank the Alden Global team for giving me the opportunity to deliver this talk on this topic, disruptive technologies, game changer in logistics. Now, I'm not going to confine myself only to the chemicals and petrochemical sector because logistics is a topic that relates to pretty much every industry, be it retail, manufacturing, healthcare, right? As far as the agenda is concerned, what I want to do is very quickly cover what the status of the logistics sector in India is. What's the scenario? Secondly, get into the real meat of this, which is all about the disruptive technologies and how that can be the real game changer. Because I think it has really proven, especially during COVID, that companies who really adopted digital were very, very less impacted because of the pandemic. And those who were not started or were very early in the adoption were definitely very, very badly impacted because of the COVID situation. I'll also very quickly share some use cases in the logistics and supply chain space. Logistics is obviously a very key component of the whole supply chain process. And then I'll conclude my session. So I'll probably finish this within 25 to 30 minutes. Now, looking at the logistics sector in India, and let's look at the big picture today. Now, if you just look at the cost of India's logistics as a percentage of GDP, it is 14%. Whereas you compare it with countries like China and the US, which is far lower. This is something we definitely would need to be addressed. If we have to improve our competitiveness in the market, the logistics cost definitely has to come down, and technology will obviously play a big part in it. Looking at the breakup of the cost, so transportation constitutes a significant portion. So fleet management, stuff moving from one place to the other, transportation, yes, a big part of it. The second component of the cost is warehousing, warehouse management. We have started to see a lot more warehouses coming up closer to where the goods are being manufactured, but warehousing definitely is a big constituent of the cost. Inventory also, there are costs of carrying inventory, and the more inventory you carry, obviously the cost of carrying that is more. So there's a need to optimize inventory, and also the order processing and administration, your processes that are involved in the whole logistics process, that constitutes about 10%. In all of these four areas, definitely tech can play a part to reduce this. And that will go a long way trying to reduce our logistics cost of GDP from 14% to even less. Now, if you look at the mode split in terms of how goods are moving from one place to the other, a bulk of it is through road, which is not a surprise. 64% is through road, 30% rail. Waterways is 5%, which is very less. In fact, if you use more of the waterways, that will reduce the cost of logistics even lower. And air is only 1%. And these are figures that I've got from a report from a well-known consulting company called Arthur D. Little. Now, carrying on with some of the other aspects related to the costs, there are two costs that are involved when you talk about logistics. One is the direct cost, which relates to transportation, warehousing, and other value-added services. And the indirect costs, which is the inventory carrying costs. I already talked to you about it. The more inventory you carry, obviously, there's a cost for that. There's also theft which happens, damages which happen, loss in transit, fuel pilferage, a lot of these things, right? So these are the indirect cost. So if you just look at the total cost, we have the 60% direct cost and 40% indirect cost. Now, if you look at other countries, and namely developing countries like China and others, their indirect cost is only 10%, which means that our indirect cost is almost 4 times more than more developed markets. And this is an area definitely which needs to be addressed. And again, digital tech will play a big part in this. And I'm going to share some use cases later in terms of how, using those technologies, we can perhaps reduce these costs. Now, coming to, the logistics performance index. Now, World Bank, every 2 years, they come up with what is called the logistics performance index. And it's basically an interactive benchmarking tool to help countries identify the challenges and opportunities they face in their performance on trade logistics and what they can do to improve their performance. So they constitute this logistic performance index, and they look at 6 different dimensions based on which they come up with the ranking of all countries. Okay, so one of them being the efficiency of the clearance process, the speed, simplicity, and predictability of the formalities by border control agencies, including customs. Second is the quality of trade and transport related infrastructure, which is our ports, our rail, road infrastructure. Third is the ease of arranging competitively priced shipments. Fourth is the competence and quality of logistics services from the transport operators, from the brokers, etc. Fifth is the ability to track and trace shipments. And finally, sixth one is the timeliness of shipments in reaching the destination from point A to point B. So when they review all these 6 dimensions, India is actually placed at 44. Our ranking was actually in 2016 to 35, so it actually went up in 44, which is not so good. China is 26 and US is 14. And the top countries are mainly from Europe. In fact, Germany is rated number 1. So there's a lot that we need to do to improve our ranking, to get from 44 to maybe in the top 25, hopefully. Now, looking at the logistics sector, it's a very unorganized sector, right? So the unorganized market is 90%, organized is 8%, and only 2% use really digital platforms for logistics. You compare that again with China, the digital spend is 21%. So which means that clear case that we need to use a lot more disruptive technologies, more of digital, to be able to improve our overall logistics performance index, and more importantly, reduce our logistics cost as a percentage of GDP. Just giving you some examples. When you want to ship 1 ton of steel from Shanghai to Mumbai, it costs you about $12. Whereas you want to ship the same thing from one state to another state in India, it is much more, which means that there are a lot of inefficiencies in our logistics, which needs again to be addressed. From a process standpoint, yes, transportation, infra perspective, a lot obviously needs to be done. What are the challenges that we are facing today from an India standpoint, right? So I think one big challenge that we are facing is that the talent coupled with the labor shortage, that needs to be addressed. The inventory management volatility, right? So there are these constant demand disruptions. At times, there are peak demand for certain products. At times, the demand is very, very less. So how do you manage inventory in these kind of situations? Again, use of technologies like AI, analytics would definitely help. There are multiple channels that are involved today, if you just look at the supply chain. And that is adding to a lot more complexity. I think all of us know this, the fact that there were disruptions in the global linkages, our over-reliance on China for a lot of the raw material. For example, if you look at pharmaceuticals, 70% of the APIs, the active pharmaceutical ingredients which are used to make pharma, comes from China. So, and a lot of the auto components still comes from there. So definitely, that is a big challenge. And that is obviously getting addressed because we have the Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan scheme, which is on, where we are trying to make ourselves more self-reliant and make more in India. The quality of infrastructure in India definitely needs a lot more improvement. And again, that is being addressed because we have this big project, I think, from the government, the National Infrastructure Pipeline, where they want to get a lot more investment in that space. Just looking at the statistic, 2% of the road carries 40% of the traffic, which means that there are a lot of these corridors where, for example, Mumbai, Delhi, and Ahmedabad, Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore. So they are these corridors which carry a bulk of the traffic, which means that we need to make sure that we look at alternate corridors where we can actually move goods from one place to the other. And friends, lastly, the lack of adoption of the latest technology. I think that is something which really needs to be looked at, including connectivity. We still need to improve our connectivity. While the cost of our connectivity is much lower compared to other countries, the quality of our connectivity, the network connectivity, definitely needs to be improved. What will happen if we do not address this? So one big risk that the supply chain cannot respond to demand shocks. So that will definitely lead to a stock out situation. We had the challenges in the initial days of COVID when people were wanting to buy a lot more staples and they were running out of it. Excess inventory was carried because the demand for that was very less. Greenfield manufacturing will become very unviable if we have costly logistics. Now, government has come up with the project, the PLI scheme, which is a profit-linked incentive scheme to manufacture a lot more in India. They have extended to a number of sectors like auto components, pharmaceuticals, mobile phones, and all that. Now, if you really want to boost manufacturing, and not just for the Indian market, but to export to other countries, then definitely we need to take care of the logistics. And again, coming to the next point about export industries being unviable, if the costs are higher, logistics costs are higher, then obviously it impacts our competitiveness of products, right? And then finally, it leads to slower growth and higher inflation, which is stagflation. So these are the issues that would arise if it's not being addressed. And if you look at any supply chain head today, what are the key necessities for them? I think the first and foremost thing is to build agile networks. And I just wanted to give you an example of how when the COVID-19 pandemic hit the world, Louis Vuitton, well-known brand, they repurposed their factory, their production lines. Within 72 hours, they were a company which makes perfumes and so many other cosmetic and other consumer products. Within 72 hours, they were actually producing hand sanitizers. And now that's amazing as to how they could do that. Secondly, you need that end-to-end visibility, right? So, for example, Toyota, they've been able to create a database to visualize the supply networks for every component of it. So it's just not visibility of your tier 1 suppliers, but the visibility of tier 2, tier 3 suppliers also very, very important. And third is moving from risk mitigation to risk management, because very important to now categorize risks into known and unknown risks. So you might build a strategy to mitigate risks for what we predict might happen. But when we have a situation like COVID, which was a totally black swan kind of an event, which no one anticipated, would result in kind of a situation like this, where they were locked down with very short notice, you really have to be on the guard in terms of making sure that you manage risk and sustain the shocks, because that is definitely going to provide a competitive advantage to companies. And finally, I think at the end of the day, what is really needed is digitalization, automation, and using of disruptive technologies. These are what was needed. And talking about disruptive technologies, friends, these are ones which I've just broadly listed here. AI, AR and VR, blockchain, drones, IoT, and 3D printing. All of this could actually be used in the supply chain space. And I'm very briefly going to touch upon how you could use some of them. For example, if you just look at virtual reality, great use case. Virtual reality, as you know, you get into a virtual environment, right? You're completely into a virtual world. You can wear a VR headset and get into a virtual world. Now, this is very good for people, for employee training in high risk scenarios. And you had situations where people were having to work from home. And if you really want to train them, then this would have been a great solution, a virtual reality solution. Augmented reality. Augmented reality, as you would know, is you augment the digital on a physical world, right? Here again, especially in a scenario where you're having people at, say, a warehouse, and they need to pick items in an efficient manner, and that would reduce the human error, they can actually have digital instructions that superimpose on the mobile app. which will help them to access information easily and more importantly to help them make decisions. Blockchain, great solution, especially when you talk about traceability. And here again, you could build a digital ledger system to record every transaction, to track shipments in real time, and all that stuff. Blockchain, great technology for addressing challenges in the logistics space. Coming to AI, and AI, plenty of use cases, right from inventory management to analysis of workplace safety data, trying to improve customer experience, trying to reduce your operational cost, and all that. And the whole benefit of using all the data, analyzing all of that, and to predict certain outcomes. AI definitely great kind of an option for that. 3D printing, I think we'll probably see more of this adoption going forward when the cost of 3D printing would come down. I think one factor which is preventing growth of 3D printing is the cost. Is that's still on the higher side. But simple example, that when you want smaller parts to be printed, you don't have to depend upon suppliers in other cities or maybe in a different country. You could actually use 3D printers and print them, right? So that is again a great use case. Drones, you could use drones today. We have a drone policy as well. It's of course regulated. You'll have to be following certain guidelines when you actually use drones, but you can actually use drones within distribution centers to move items within a distribution center. And you can also eliminate the need for people to do things like, when you want to operate forklifts and want to make quick deliveries, you could actually use drones for that. And finally, IoT, sensor cost has come down. You can use smart sensors connected to assets, connected to fleet to track location, condition, and all that. So enough and more use cases that you could use IoT, whether it's on inventory control, monitoring conditions throughout the shipping, right from an asset being shipped from one place to the other. You can track its condition, location, managing the warehouses, route optimization. I'm going to talk about all this. So IoT definitely another fantastic use case. Now, the need is, so while I talked about supply chain visibility, where you want visibility into your whole supply chain, how do you move to supply chain resilience, right? That's so important. And here I wanted to bring to your attention about this whole concept of a digital twin. A digital twin is basically a digital or a virtual model of our physical system. So you could have a digital twin of a product, you could have it of an entire process or a system. So at a very high level, that is what a digital twin is. So you could actually have a digital twin of your entire supply chain, be it your assets, be it fleet, be it your process. And what happens in a digital twin is you actually feed data from the real world into a virtual model, and you can actually simulate how the physical world would behave when operating in different kind of conditions. And using the digital twin, using the power of data and analytics and AI, you'll be able to predict outcomes. And that's definitely a great use case where you could use digital twin for supply chain resilience. Now, fleet management. Now, if you just look at supply chain and logistics, there are two components which are important, right? You want to track the condition of your assets, the condition of it. And secondly, you want to monitor the fleet, right? Goods are moving from one place to the other, from the factory to the warehouse, from the warehouse maybe to the distribution center, and finally to the retailer or to the end consumer. So fleet management, I think there are 5 or 6 which I've highlighted here, which is to track, monitor, and improve utilization of your fleet to improve safety, savings, and productivity, right from automating your data collection, right? You want to avoid paper here to save driver time. You want to increase the driver productivity. So you want to make sure that you can guide them through the best possible routes, and also to spot any unproductive behavior. A third is you want to obviously reduce your fuel costs. So you try to do route optimization. You have APIs that you can connect to, say, Google Maps, which will tell you where are the traffic bottlenecks so that you can go to the shortest possible route. So that will save fuel cost. And also try to minimize idling, because this is very common where you have a truck idling, and that obviously results in more fuel being consumed. Making better business decisions, very important. You want to know where your drivers are, to revise schedules more efficiently. All that can be happening when you take decisions. And of course, that comes when you have better data that is available. Trying to increase driver safety and compliance. You want to monitor the driver behavior, making sure that he doesn't do hard acceleration or hard braking and all that stuff. So you monitor the driver behavior and make sure that they comply with the the required guidelines. And finally, most importantly, you want to improve customer service, right? At the end of the day, it's all about trying to get better customer experience, right? If you're able to offer a service to your customers where they can track their shipment in real time, let them know where it is, when it's expected, I think that will go a long way in trying to improve customer service. Now, you obviously need a good platform to manage the fleet, right? So you would want one single view, a dashboard where you can see all your information, right? The fleet from one platform. And broadly, and you want alerting and notification, right? When there are, for example, if someone is idling and you want an alert to go to his manager, it can go in the form of an email, or say it can go as an SMS alert, right? So you need all these reliable notifications to go to the right stakeholders. Now, I wanted to share briefly the 6 pillars when you talk about fleet management, and from a platform standpoint, what is that you need to have, right? So one is the productivity, right? Real-time map tracking, managing the trips and all that stuff. Secondly, the optimization, the fuel efficiency, managing vehicle maintenance and engine issues, right? So you can have a telematics device attached to the vehicle. You can track the performance of the vehicle, right? So the tire pressure, battery health, all that stuff, the fuel consumption tracking. So want to optimize on our fuel usage, right? And more importantly, want to reduce your CO2 emissions. The less CO2 that you emit, the better for the environment. Third is safety. I talked about it. You want to make sure that the required alerts are sent to the driver. If there are situations where there could be a traffic jam somewhere, you also weather alert. If you want to alert him saying that there could be a thunderstorm which might be hitting a particular place in an hour, all that stuff. You want to make sure that you comply with all the regulations, from a safety standpoint also, because you do not want ideally fatigued drivers driving when they are tired. You want to make sure that drivers are fresh so that there would not be any accidents on the road. Maintaining the driver logs, all that stuff. Sustainability, I very briefly told you about it, where you want to optimize fuel usage so that your CO2 emissions are much lower. And finally, the expandability. You want to integrate to multiple systems. I just give you an example of how you can connect to, say, a weather API where you can get weather information. You could connect to, say, the traffic management system so that you can get real-time traffic alerts and all that. Now, having talked about fleet, let me talk to you about assets. So when you talk about assets, these assets, you want to track it for its location. You want to track it for its condition, be it its temperature, shock. There are a lot of assets which are very temperature and humidity sensitive. So you'll probably have a temperature sensor. For example, you could have a vaccine, you could have a pharmaceutical or fruits or vegetables, where in case there are deviations in temperature, you would want alerting to be done and maybe action taken immediately. So condition of an asset, location of the asset, and optimization of the asset, right? So is that asset being utilized, right? So there are various ways by which you can do that. So again, IoT would come into play here, whether you want to track contents, pallets, or boxes, whether you want to process optimization for greater control and operational visibility, doing the end-to-end supply chain, getting that visibility, yard management, transportation management, parcel sortation systems, where you want to optimize the staffing who are working in that area. So in all these areas, definitely you could use technologies like IoT, AI, analytics, etc. I very quickly wanted to share a use case. This is a big, large shipping liner which moves cargo from one continent to the other. They have these refrigerated containers which store perishable goods like strawberries, shrimp, temperature-sensitive vegetables, fruits, and all that stuff. So the use case here was to track the location of the refrigerated container that moves from one place to the other. And most of them are going through the high seas, through oceans. Also to track the temperature of this, because all these items which are in the container are temperature and humidity sensitive, so they needed to monitor the temperature in real time. And if there is a variation in temperature or temperature excursion occurs, you want an action to be taken. They also wanted to make sure that to reduce labor cost, what happens is that once the container reaches the destination, somebody has to come and do a maintenance of that container. Whether it needs maintenance or not, someone has to come and check whether it's okay. But through IoT, you can have a device connected to the container and you can monitor the performance and the health of the container in real time, so that you really don't need someone to come and inspect it. And they inspect only when there's a need to it. Otherwise, using IoT, you can monitor it real time. And again, friends, wanted to bring in the benefit, the dimension of customer experience here, because here again, unlike in the past, once it's on the ocean, when you're not able to track it because you are using satellite connectivity when it's on the ocean, but the ability for a customer to track the shipment real time, even while it's on the ocean, because you're having connectivity even while the container is on the ocean. Threat prevention is a very common theft prevention. If there are thefts which are occurring, which is very common, you can track that as well. Another use case, this is for a retail company, which for cargo monitoring. Here again, cargo theft was a very common issue. They needed to monitor the temperature, humidity, and shock of the perishable goods which are in this truck here, which is shown here. Again, here we have used an IoT solution where you can monitor the temperature, humidity, sunlight, etc. You can visualize all the data, and then you can have your APIs that can integrate into your backend systems. So using the solution, they were actually able to improve their operational performance, quality control, and also the impact from supply chain disruptions was reduced. Very quickly, another use case, this is very much in our own backyard in India. Big Basket, as you know, one of the largest online grocery companies in India. Before COVID, they used to get 150,000 orders per day. And ever since the pandemic, COVID had hit us, their orders volume went up to almost 400,000 orders per day. And I'm sure all of us would have ordered groceries from the Big Basket app. But a lot of technology at play here, friends. So they have all these passive cooling boxes, freezers, cold rooms, where they are actually storing all these products, be it vegetables, fruits, dairy, meat products, etc. And some of the challenges that they were facing were the cold boxes were getting misplaced, or when you're actually packing all of this into a box, what was happening is that they were not following what's called standard operating procedures. So because of that, there used to be temperature variations, and that of course affects the usability of the particular fruit or vegetable. It can get rotten also, right, if the temperature goes beyond a certain level. So here again, an IoT solution being used, temperature sensors connected to these cooling boxes, where you're able to monitor the temperature in real time. APIs integrated to the ERP, you can actually track the temperature of every order. And here, using the power of data, using the power of real-time tracking, they were getting alerts whenever there's a temperature excursion, and they can take action. So if at all there's a temperature excursion, they can take an action like adding maybe more coolant or doing a repacking of it so that the customers don't get affected. Again, a great example of how using IoT and analytics, they were actually able to solve some of their challenges. And this is my last case study, and all of y'all have been reading about the COVID-19 vaccine. Various companies are at various stages of testing. Many of them have finished phase 3 trials, and some of the big pharma companies have also announced that the efficacy is almost like 90%, like Pfizer, Moderna have already announced that the efficacy is at 90 to 95%. AstraZeneca has also reported very good results. So we are looking at the possibility of maybe first quarter of 2021, when we probably start seeing manufacture of these vaccines. And COVID vaccine has two inherent challenges to handle. One is that the storage is very, you can see it has to be stored at very low temperature. Some of the vaccines at 2 to 8 degrees. The Pfizer vaccine, which is called a messenger RNA vaccine, has to be at minus 70. So storage at such low temperatures, you need really powerful, sensitive temperature sensors to do the monitoring of it, so that any variation in temperature can be, alerts can go to the logistics company. So while storage is one challenge where you can use IoT to monitor temperature in real time, transportation and logistics is going to be a real challenge, because you're going to have these vaccines move from one country to another country. Within a country, you need to move the stuff. You're going to also, India is definitely going to make a lot of these vaccines. You're going to ship vaccines from India to multiple countries. And in all these use cases, definitely IoT is going to play a big part in it. And of course, you're going to use AI and analytics as well, because you're going to get a lot of data, analyze that data. And hence, another great example where tech can play a big part. I just want to end by saying that I think there are enough drivers now for companies to adopt digital technologies, because the cost of sensors and devices have come down significantly. Connectivity costs in India are the lowest. The options for connectivity are even more. We have started to see a lot more companies moving application to the cloud. Cloud is ubiquitous. The cost of using cloud is also much lower now. And friends, technology is getting democratized, becoming far more affordable. And hence, I think there's no reason why companies should not be adopting digital now to solve some of the logistics and supply chain challenges. Just want to end with this final statement saying that it's while you might start with IoT to acquire data, at the end of the day, when you combine it with the AI and analytics, use blockchain for maybe certain use cases, maybe AR, VR for certain use cases. When you combine multiple technologies and eventually work it in tandem, when they work in tandem, that's when you can get the maximum value, and that's when you can get better business outcomes. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Sunil, there are audience questions as well.
Okay,
So,
there are. Okay, sure.
yeah. So first question from Praveen is, what are the top IoT projects in ocean logistics?
Ocean logistics, mainly for cargo monitoring. So when you're moving cargo from one place to the other, a lot of the cargo is temperature sensitive, humidity sensitive. So one is to monitor the condition of that, and also location of it, because when it's on the ocean, you don't have cellular connectivity, so you need to have a satellite device that will be able to monitor the condition of the cargo. So that would be the use case for ocean logistics, Namrata.
Okay. And the second question is from Prachi Shah. She is asking, how can we make a logistics tracking project successful? Can we generate alerts?
Oh, of course. So I think what I would suggest is, for any project, you start with a short proof of concept. Just take a small, maybe look at a small fleet that you want to test and use IoT devices for that, and test it on for a month or two. And then once you see the value coming from it, once you're able to see the benefit, then you can slowly expand on it, and then you can make sure that the POC then gets converted into a much larger implementation. But start small and scale over a period of time is what I would advise all of you.
That's all, Sunil.
Thank you. Thanks, Namrata, and I hope the session was useful to all of you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, Alden Go.
Thanks, Sunil, for this wonderful keynote. Now we have our panel discussions for the day. 450 plus attendees are watching live on our website. Let's start with our first panel discussion, and the topic is driving chemical supply chain and logistics with superior efficiency through COVID-19 and beyond. So here I call moderator Mr. Tapasvi PVN from Henkel, Pradyumna Agarwal from UPL, Ajay Singh from Aquafarm Chemicals, Kaushal Bison from Huntsman International, Sandeep Tulshan from Endofil Industries, Nikhil Nadkar from Agility, and Ronak Shah from VTrans.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome. Thank you, Namrata, for the kind introduction. And as usual, Alden is doing a great job in, getting the diversified logistics and supply chain people on board, so that they can share the knowledge and, get the supply chain and logistics knowledge across the platform to everyone, made available to everyone across the platform. That's a good thing you're doing. Really appreciate that. And we have all the panelists here. Welcome, good afternoon. From the busy schedules, we have taken our time out to meet here and share our knowledge. Thank you. So today the topic, as Namrata was saying, today I got a little moved away because my predecessor, he was talking about the technology and how it was getting cheaper. So I was just thinking about that, is it really become so cheap? Have we, say, for example, can we install a GPS device and send a truck and get the device back at 1.5% of our logistics cost? So that's still a big question. So I was just thinking about that, which we can discuss in our discussion also. Okay. So I would like to introduce the panelists. Before that, I will introduce myself. I'm Tapasvi. I'm heading the logistics function for Henkel. And I take care of exports, imports, transportation, as well as warehousing. My earlier experience was with Coca-Cola, Bacardi, as well as Ultratech Cement, and a coffee startup in between. So that's about me. So I also would like to now invite our panelists to introduce themselves, starting with Nikhil.
Thanks, Tapasvi. And thank you once again, Alden Global, for not only inviting me, but inviting the rest of the panelists, and having these many people actually take time off working from home, working from the office in some cities, but also in general, continuing to go ahead with this conference, even though, it's a very trying time. So not to take much more time, I'll introduce myself. My name is Nikhil Nadkar. I currently work with Agility Logistics, but I've worked for almost 2 years now. And prior to that, I had 20 years almost with the Maersk Group in various functions, both at Maersk as well as Damco, their logistics arm. A little bit maybe about logistics at Agility and the fact that, we're in about 100 countries, 100 countries and about 500 offices. And we have about 26,000 employees across the world, as well as a top line of about 5.1 billion, and serving our customers across the world, where we do business with about 62,000 odd customers. So that's a quick introduction to myself. Thank you for the opportunity, and look forward to the panel discussion with the rest of the panelists.
Thank you. May I ask Ajay to introduce himself, please?
Yeah, good afternoon, good afternoon to all panelists and all the listeners in the Elden Group. My name is Ajay Singh. I'm representing Aquafarm Chemicals, Pune. Aquafarm Chemicals, basically a manufacturer of exporters in chemical, which is being used in water treatment chemicals, detergent industry, and oil and gases. And our presence is almost in 33 countries, with factories in India, US, and Saudi Arabia. Currently, with pre and post-COVID, we are having a lot of challenges, but we'll describe in a discussion afterwards. But the introduction, as far as my experience goes, with Aquafarm since last 3 years, but I worked with various industry in automotive, electronics, telecom, and now finally to chemical with 25 years of experience in supply chain management. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajay. Sandeep, can you please introduce yourself?
Yeah. Thanks, Tapaswi. My name is Sandeep Tulsyan. I am representing Indofil Industries Limited. We are into agrochemicals. Agrochemicals means the crop protection chemicals, and in layman's words, the pesticides. So, that's where the chemicals we deal in, all kinds of hazardous chemicals. So I've been with Indofil for the past now 11 years. And prior to that, in the chemical industry all along for the last 25 years in the domain of purchasing and supply chain management. Yeah. So I'm in Indofil, I'm responsible for the purchasing function, as a part of the larger supply chain function. Thank you.
Thank you. Amit, can you go ahead? Amit Arora.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Myself, Amit Arora, and I am from ACC, Cement and Building Materials Company, which is part of the Lafarge Group, Lafarge Holcim, based out of Paris and Switzerland. So basically, all my experience is with this cement and building materials. And I started my career in 2005. And for last 15 years, I've been working in this industry. I think it would be a nice discussion to have with all the esteemed panel. And thanks Elden Global for inviting for this panel discussion.
Thank you, Amit. Pradyuman, Pradyumna Agrawal, can you please introduce?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Pradyumna Kumar Agrawal. I am representing UPL in this panel. So UPL, in line with Indofil, is a agrochemical company. So we also do manufacture a lot of formulations. So I'm actually working as a factory head for Unit 3. We are a formulation factory. With UPL, I have been working for more than 7 years. And before that, I have worked for some 16 years in paint industry with Nerolac paints and Berger paints. And before that, also I have worked for some time in automobile parts manufacturing. So mostly in paints and chemicals. So this is about me. So here In Unit 3, what we are doing is we are exporting to some 100 countries, a lot of formulations. So more than 100 formulations we do export to 100 plus countries. And in a year, we are doing some 40,000 tons of export every year. So a lot of logistics is involved, and I am very happy to join this panel.
Thank you. Thank you. And Kushal Bisain, can you please introduce yourself?
Thanks, Tapasvi. So, good afternoon, everybody. Let me just put a disclaimer first that, my personal capacities and I'm not representing myself. I carry around 20 years of experience into supply chain, starting from logistics to again chemical, more into the textile, serving the textile industry. Yeah. So this is about me, and looking forward to have good interaction and maybe knowledge sharing among this group. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So today we have vast knowledge of, the chemical industry. All the experts from the chemical industry, mostly precisely, and agrochemicals, as well as cement, have get together here to majorly talk about the ongoing topic, that is how are we driving your supply chain to achieve the higher efficiencies? Because I see that in the current trend, or else even in the past, if you see, whenever there is a turmoil, and whenever there is, say, for example, a cost-saving initiative, or the company wants to, save some cost to realize the next year's targets or the budgets, first thing they would come forward and look at the supply chain team or the supply chain group, Array, how much can you give next year? Well, I don't think they go to the operations first, but it all comes to the supply chain. They always think supply chain is carrying a bag full of money. That's how it is, that every time they can take out some and give it back to the company. Okay. That's how important the supply chain group is in each and every organization. That is how we take it, or we understand, when someone comes and seeks help from you, that also sees that you're so important, the department, the function is so important for the company. So with this, if I have to start, we have seen the unprecedented times of COVID, and things have changed drastically. Our planning, whatever we planned in 2019 for 2020, wasn't the same. We didn't anticipate this. The budgeting was not done in this way. Okay. So now, how are the organizations looking at this change? So what has changed drastically, and how is supply chain coping up with this and trying to save some bucks for the organization? So with that, I would like to go to Nikhil and ask, what are the major hurdles you are facing currently to achieve these efficiencies?
Thanks, Tapaswi. What I did was I tried to look at this from two perspectives. One, also from the perspective of the chemical companies, and then two, from the perspective of the logistics providers. And up until now, I think the real challenge has also been the relationship between these two different entities. What has happened is the logistic providers were always looked upon as, okay, the transportation, and they never looked at a true partnership with some of these chemical companies, barring a few where there were much more long-term views in place. And I think the COVID, if one thing that has come out of that is that they have brought these two entities together, realizing that one without the other couldn't actually function to drive any sort of efficiency, any sort of consistency. We've, of course, seen various hurdles, and I'll try and, maybe break them down to a couple which I thought were more relevant to not only this panel discussion, but which I think are relevant even post this COVID period. And, when we enter into check.
Sorry, I'll just reinstate one thing. Why I pose this question to you, not to other panelists, because you're in the service sector. Okay.
Right.
Now, we as a organization, we use the services of the 3PLs.
Right.
So there, post-COVID, we actually call the 3PL and say that, man, see, we need to, dispatch, or we need to execute. So whatever be it, get the manpower, get the warehouse running, place the trucks and do it.
Right.
So that is the reason this precisely was, directed to you to ask you what hurdles.
Okay, so then maybe let me take this a little bit differently, Tapasri. Thanks for kind of bringing and narrowing it down. So the challenges that we have faced were one, of course, the preparedness. I mean, we didn't realize how long this lockdown would actually continue, then what the government norms would be. So at the beginning of the lockdown, some of the challenges were very different compared to what they are subsequently. So in the beginning, there was, of course, the issue with labor. I mean, having the ability to get drivers who had actually, largely being from migrant population. They scare. I mean, the physical proximity, whether it was customs, whether it was people in the airports, whether it was people in the warehouses, actually going out. Then it was lack of clarity with some of the government norms. I mean, the government norms on how much manpower can we have in our factories, how many can we have in the warehouses. Did we have contingency plans in place? I mean, what was our preparedness for daily briefings, temperature checks, sanitizers, PPE kits, especially where there was activity at the front line. If we look a little bit beyond that and look maybe to our ocean carriers and the partners, I mean, everybody was in the same boat as us. I mean, they were also looking for the ability to bring in vessels. So the terminals, whether they were working at the same efficiency as earlier, whether vessels could discharge the same volume that they did, was their export cargo actually available to export, to induce the call itself, because there was a period of 2 months where there was absolutely really nothing really moving. So carriers brought in, blank sailings. They brought in, I mean, that word is, terrible today. I mean, we've all faced the brunt of what blank sailings has done and, what that has done at transshipment ports, what that's done in lead ports. And as a result of that, escalating freight rates month on month, detention and demurrage bills, which people weren't prepared for. So, when you talk about budgeting, I mean, even we kind of budget not only volumes, but, we also budget what kind of net revenue, gross revenue based on freight rates. And we also then have long-term contracts with our clients, I mean, and the esteemed panel here, many of them who are clients to some LSP or the other, and some are even ours. So we never anticipated this unprecedented, rise in freight rates from what happened in, say, when we contracted in January to where we are today. I mean, in some cases, we've seen anything between 5 and 7x, more than what the rates were back in January, depending on what trade lane you look at, depending on, which carriers you contract with. The focus has been for them to, kind of continue to boost their availability of equipment and space out of China, while a lot of other countries then, have taken a little bit of a backseat. And, that has resulted in India specifically seeing the brunt of lack of availability of equipment, lack of availability of space. And none of these things get resolved very, very quickly. It takes anywhere between 2 or 3 months for that cycle to be completed. So in my opinion, this was probably the largest hurdle as a service provider that we faced, with regard to forecasting beyond what we, could see at the tip of our nose. And two, I think what also we realized was when we contract, our customers also, in terms of the quantity that they commit, that is then what was then, actually taken as, sacrosanct. Anything beyond that was then not actually accepted, neither by us, neither by, our carrier partners or the airline partners, because, while contracting, we always play a little bit safe. So some of the learnings have been, do not play too safe. Contract what you actually believe you will end up doing. Otherwise, in a situation like this, you might end up getting stuck with being able to only, ship that volume with that particular partner or service provider. So these were some of the hurdles that we faced. And, I'll give one particular example in terms of preparedness. I know it's not related to our field, but it's a very good example of what the organization or the Lawn Tennis Association in England did with Wimbledon. I mean, most of you all have followed what's happening with sports and how things got, cancelled or postponed or delayed. And Wimbledon, for the first time ever since World War II, I believe, was cancelled. They've been taking pandemic insurance for 17 years prior to this, paying $2 million a year, hoping that they never had to actually face a pandemic. But today, they cashed in $141 million by paying that insurance, which is about half or 70% of what they would have actually made. So I'm just saying, from a perspective, I mean, these are things that we have to be a little bit prepared for, because one wave is over, another wave came and went, and who knows, there may be a future wave. We don't know what will happen with the vaccines and what that will do or change the landscape of logistics, but we have to be prepared for something like this to happen again. So I think all companies, be it the manufacturers, the logistics companies, or the shipping lines, or the airlines, have to all be aware that if this happens again, what are some of those corrective measures to avoid some of the same hurdles and the bottlenecks that they have faced during this period were.
Okay, fine. Got it, Nikhil. I mean, you have given a very classical example. A lot of people didn't know about this, and this also gives a lot of thought to the purchasing managers as well as the logistics, the supply chain in future. What they have. So, in the same context, I would like to go to Sandeep. Sandeep, Nikhil has explained it in his perspective as a 3PL. Okay, but as a company, as you are into purchasing, the purchasing head, and you're being with the company. So how was it different for you to take these decisions, ad hoc decisions? And how did you try to achieve these efficiencies?
Yeah, thanks, Tapasvi. I think I totally endorse what my co-panelist Nikhil just explained quite comprehensively, I would say. So those were the challenges. And I would say, as a purchasing professional, I mean, this was one of the toughest time, I would say, last 8 to 9 months, which I would have probably seen in my entire career of last 25 years plus. So that was the kind of challenges we faced. And I mean, yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so we all would have heard of a acronym VUCA before that. I mean, we all know what is VUCA stands for. But this was the time period where we actually experienced the realistic VUCA in the day-to-day operations. So, just to elaborate a little more on that in terms of the purchasing challenges, I would say the first one, the volatility. We are in the chemical market. So chemical market is nothing less than a stock market. And it's so volatile. And on top of it, Nikhil explained how the freight rates also jumped 5x or 6x. So that adds to that challenges even more, makes it more even challenging. One is the chemical plus the freight charges. It is so rapid and unexpected challenges we faced in terms of volatility. The uncertainty part. Uncertainty is, what is uncertainty? Like the known unknowns. So COVID, we all know there is a COVID, but we don't know how it will impact and when it would impact and to what extent it would impact. So that's the biggest uncertainty today we are facing. The complexity, we all understand the hazardous natures of the chemicals, the multiple key decision factors which we have to take, which we have to consider. And the last but not the least, the ambiguity. What is ambiguity? Like too many unknown unknowns. So in terms of the future demand or in terms of the consumption patterns, we don't know. As supply chain professionals, we are supposed to be, always making goods available, right quality, right place, right time, right quantities, without really, having that visibility of what the consumption patterns would be, the future demand would be. So that is the kind of ambiguity, we are working in. So we had all the parameters of VUCA right in front of us in the last 8 or 9 months, I would say. So as supply chain professionals, what we want is predictability, agility, and more important, the visibility, which poses the biggest challenge. And when I say supply chain professionals, it's the business expectation out of the supply chain professionals. Ultimately, we are supposed to support the business expectations. So that ultimately comes from the business expectations. So visibility becomes the most important deliverable as supply chain expectation. So visibility is a very broad term. So what do we understand from the visibility? We have to really drill it down. So it's what I define is it's the ability of all the stakeholders throughout the supply chain to access the real-time data related to order process, inventory, delivery, and the potential supply chain disruptions, which we are now kind of used to it. These advanced insights improve or help us to improve the customer service or to reduce costs. You mentioned like the expectations from any leadership team or any management is supply chain has a lot of money up their sleeves and how they can contribute and help to reduce costs. Of course, help with the regulatory directives and mitigate the interruptions or disruptions that could potentially affect the product deliveries. So those are like some of the finer details of when we talk about the supply chain visibility, which becomes one of the most important critical parameters in today's VUCA world, what we are experiencing. What I feel is having said that,
Can I ask Sandeep to mute Mr.
there's some disturbance in the background.
Yeah, it's Devadatta's.
So what I feel in my view, today, the need is to move.
Namrata or Sandeep, can you please mute Mr. Devadatta Chaudhary? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Namrata. So in terms of how do we reach those expectations of having that end-to-end supply chain visibility? So what I feel is like today the need is to move from the linear supply chain, the traditional linear supply chain of what we used to, what we have learned in our college days or what the earlier part of our careers, plan, source, make, deliver. We have to move from that linear supply chain to a digital supply network. Earlier, one of our co-panelists also spoke about the digitization, and that is something which is of extremely importance in today's world to build that visibility into the supply chain. So when we talk about these digital supply networks, what are they? They are the integrated digital platforms, networks, which accumulate and analyze the data as well as the events from the physical world and other digital platforms using advanced analytics like blockchain, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth, allowing the end-to-end, I would say, optimization as well as the visibility across the entire supply chain network. That is where I think ultimately the future of the supply chain lies, and also the sustainability of supply chain lies. Today, all of us would agree that digital transformation initiatives are becoming increasingly important to sustain the supply chain operations. The consensus is unanimous. I would say digitization is inevitable to build that visibility. So that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you. So Ajay, if I have to ask you, Sandeep talks about digitization, that's the way ahead, and also talks about the hurdles and the problems we face post-COVID. So how easy is it for you being in this industry, and you have been with almost what can I say, with most of the manufacturing industries, I guess. You were supplying to government, you were supplying to defense parts. So all these manufacturing you were doing. So you were on all this. So how easy is it for companies to adapt this digitization and move forward with the pace of this agility? What we talk about, companies should be agile. So how do we define this agility? Is it 1 year or 2 years? And how easy is it?
See, this pre and post COVID, what we're discussing about a lot, it will be not the same for all in the industry. Okay, particularly if we talk about electronics, it's totally different. When we are talking about chemical, it is totally different, right? So it is all about where your customer base is, what really they are looking into as a agility and flexibility. So that is where it makes a lot of challenges because as a customer, you need your supply chain should be so robust that okay, you have off the shelf availability of your raw material and everything. everybody was looking after it yesterday. It will be available off the rack, but nothing is there. So when we talk, when a couple of years back, when everything was happening of the globalization, when production capacities are okay, particularly talking about chemical moving into China and some sector in Asian countries. So it has become so volatile in nature now. During this not only the COVID time, but pre-COVID, when US has imposed a levy on China. At that time, thing was okay to move it from US to a different, from China to other countries, and India was one of the greatest advantage had. So basically, it is the innovation and technologies. What we're talking about is it is dependent upon which industry catering it to. Coming back to a chemical industry, especially when if I look into my own company, where we have presence in 33 countries across US, Europe, and Middle East, Far East. So what we have seen is that it is more like how we can reach very close to customer. So what we did it at not during the COVID time, but during the time of last 1 year, that we have had these warehouses and near to customer focus, which has given us advantage a lot. I'll say, okay, our CAGR has grown in almost 20% in last 6 months, what I've seen, which was projected as a 10 to 12%. So that is the, okay, like the example what Nikhil was giving about the Wimbledon. I think that advantage what we had, also cashing, near to the customer, and when we have really taken the advantage of it. Not only on that, but predefining the complete parameter with the customer base, okay, where the real requirement is. Basic. If I'll tell you about one of them, our segment is oil and gas, is totally depend upon the crude pricing. So US crude pricing is totally dependent upon how the manufacturing is happening within US for oil and gas. If you have a inventory over there, and if the crude pricing going up, you have had it. Your inventory like piled up, and you're not going to use it or sell it. So that is how, at least how you can cash in as per your predetermined along with your customer need. And that is where that like creating a total transparency within the whole system, from customer to manufacturer to tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 suppliers. Okay, so that transparency within the innovation and new technology has to be seen into what best can be for industry specific. Because we talk a lot about IoTs, the blockchains, and all the things, but it all depends upon that how the particular industry needs all these things. Okay, so this is how it like, okay, how you can create a transparency. Then you have like how is that inventory is available at all the places where you're serving the things, optimizing your all production capabilities and distribution capacity. That is also because logistics is one part, like what we are seeing right now. Logistics is a biggest challenge we have. Vessel capacities has come down, the sinkage ability is not there. China, India, US, European Union, all the thing is happening. The cost of logistics has gone up 4 to 5x time. Okay, so how to manage this thing? So that is where challenges are there, which has to be supported. And we have identified and secured our logistic capacity accordingly. And that is what advantage what we are seeing it. And not least that managing the cash, because it is not like, okay, you have to manage the net working capital only. The cash, how we'll manage, that is the important thing. And that is how I think we'll be able to sustain in the current scenario. That is what my take on this.
Thank you, Ajay. That is a good point which you have raised, that capacity planning, logistics capacity planning, supply chain capacity planning, if it is in the right place, so be it COVID or anything, at least companies are safe for their baseline. Understood. So, Kaushal, you have been in the chemical industry for a long time across the chemical companies. So, how do you see that the chemical industry or the chemical company is responding to this technology changes or adapting the technology? How agile are they being?
Yeah, thanks, Tapasvi. So, I would try to touch upon the supply chain gamut, from demand to supply to export, import to logistics, and also I'll end up at customer service. because when we try to keep all these functionalities within supply chain into bits and pieces, then I would say we talk about most of the inefficient way of managing things. So unless and until we try and make a chain out of this functionality, we create dependencies on each other, then only the final result can be the best one, which a customer is expecting us to deliver as an organization or as a professional. So what has changed during the COVID, and how do we see those changes going forward? So if I talk about demand, which starts and that starts everything within the organization. Now there were time when we were talking about mid to long term demand. Now the time has changed where we have no choice but to only talk about short term demand. Now, even in the short term demand, if you talk about fixing the demand for say M0 to M3, I think we are not living into that lavish world, at least now. So how do we bring those flexibility, be it getting the information from market or trying to make use of available technologies, the models which we have from different consulting or technological organization. I think that's the point which every organization is thinking about. Now, if you say, do we have a ready-made model available? Maybe the answer is no. I think it depends on every organizational situation, the customer's expectation, and the end-to-end value chain which we talk about. So that is one of the very important point which triggers everything into the organization, starting from demand. Now, when it comes to supply, there were I would say a kind of flexible times when we are talking about we have a very nice safety stocks and then we keep on replenishing and the things are fine. Sorry. Now in today's time, what COVID has taught us, now those safety stocks are no longer working because the demand which we are talking about, and I have worked in organization where we had to deal with 2000 SKUs. It is not just 2, 3, 5, 10, it is 2000 SKUs. So what will come when is one of the biggest challenge which today's supply chain professionals has. And if I take it in a way which I have learned in last 6 months, I would say the quick replenishment, developing agility into those replenishment basis the actual demand which is coming from market is something which we should be thinking about. And if someone is still the fan of the safety stocks, then I think this is the time when we should be talking about dynamic safety stocks. The system should be built in such a way that our safety stocks are so dynamic that it changes every week or every month, so that I am really reflecting into the right demand to meet my customer's expectation. And when I talk about supply reliability for my customer, again, usually everybody talks about me. And I cannot be successful unless and until there are multiple stakeholders who supports me to run the business. And one of the very key pillar for us is our supplier. We need to also understand where are they in servicing me? What kind of challenges do they have today? Because they are also selling in the same boat where we are today, right? So understanding that what is their capability, what are their challenges, and how do I make use of the strengths which they have right now to ultimately meet my requirement. They have the similar challenge as Nikhil, Ajay, and the other panelists have taught so far. So we need to create a kind of win-win model. We need to create a situation wherein we understand each other's problem in today's time. It cannot be, you cannot achieve anything in today's time when you say me, unless and until we say us. And we are together, then we can bring those flexibility, those agility, and ultimately we can meet the customer's requirement. Another biggest challenge which Nikhil was talking, and it is about export import, it is about logistics. Yeah. So I think similarly, at least I am there into the industry for almost 20 years in different companies, into logistics to chemicals to paint. I have never seen such situation which I see today. Every day you have blank selling, you have a huge amount of equipment shortage, and it is also backed up with increasing cost. How do we manage it? And it comes to import. We have got a lot of issues now in custom clearance because there are trade issues going on between India and China. The ETS are changing every day. You submit one thing to your customer today, and then tomorrow you have a different situation. So how do we deal with those? When it comes to domestic logistics, as my other friends was talking about, do we have enough availability of vehicles? Do we have enough drivers available? The fuel cost is going up day by day.
Another biggest challenge which we as an organization or maybe we as professionals are facing is, there were times when we had big orders. Now we have very, very small orders. The frequency of orders has increased because nobody want to keep inventory, because the way we are uncertain, I think, and our customers are uncertain. So how do we develop those models? How do we create those flexibility and agility to ensure that our customers' requirements is met? Is something which is I think we all are talking about. And if I take whatever I have learned so far with this pandemic and the situations and the dynamics which changes every day, I would say there are two things which can help us. One, proactive planning. And proactive planning. The planning could be at demand, could be at supply, could be at export import, could be at logistics, could be at any place or any part of value chain. And another important aspect which is backed up with is proactive communication. So you do a lot, but if you don't communicate to all the stakeholders into the value chain, starting from your customer to your supplier to your logistics partner to within your organization, I think this is the time when I would say there is no fixed model any organization or consultant can suggest which will really be helping us in meeting the demand of our customer. So these are two key important learnings which I am carrying as of now, and I would say short to mid customers requirement. Another important thing which I have learned is, you have a lot of controllable and uncontrollable situation. So, when you are, those uncontrollable also can be looked upon. But now, today, the time to controllable is. Because if we start running behind uncontrollable, it is very, very difficult because the world is influenced by a lot of uncertainties, lot of, uncontrollable factors, and hence keeping close eyes on our controllable factors, being focused towards what is needed for my customers, developing flexibility into the overall value chain, being very proactive in our planning, and most important, proactive communication is something which is going to help us in selling, from this difficult time where we all are running through. Another important aspect which Nikhil was trying to mention, and I completely agree with him. So many a times it happens, though I also sit in a place of being the customer. Yeah, we always want to win. That's very good. But unless and until we as professionals do not think of creating win-win situation for both the parties sitting or facing each other, I think in today's time, we are bound to fail. We need to think about creating win-win situation. We need to think about looking for multiple options of every aspect of supply chain. And when it comes to logistics, I would say, there were times, I think the times have gone when we're talking about 1 year, 2 year, 3 year contract. This is the time when we need to talk about short-term contract so that we know where the things are changing, how things are changing, what kind of dynamics come in every month, every quarter, and every 6 months, and accordingly we can plan our activities. So I think these are certain aspects which at least I have learned as a professional, and I would carry on for short to mid-term to ensure that we meet our customers' demand, create win-win situation, and try to work upon overall optimum resources, because we don't have those fancy times when we had things in we had ample things, and then we had opportunities to use everything available. But now it's very, very short, very, very limited. So that's the take which I am carrying, or I'm carrying for short to mid-term to manage, I would say, my functionality. Where do I stand in today's, I would say, today's VUCA world, or unprecedented world, or anything, or any specific word, we would think to use.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushal. You have covered the entire supply chain, right from demand planning, supply planning, and logistics and communication. So the outcome of this is, the takeaway is that, short-term goals and agility. Again, agility means the disruption. Okay, I mean, you have to be quick in making decisions. You have to increase your stock levels. Okay, this is what, and the communication, right? Way of communication at the right time is what, Kaushal has been saying. So Pradyuman, how do you take this? I mean, how is it going to impact the logistics? Because it is going to be very dynamic. The stock planning is going to be dynamic. The stocks are going to increase. So how logistics can be a game changer in driving this cost and higher availability?
Yeah. So as our other panelists told, that a customer has to be serviced. since customer has to be serviced, so logistics is very important. Whether it is so sometimes we become a customer because we have to take raw materials, packing materials, or equipments. Then if then only we can manufacture. So if that manufacturing happens, then the final products will go to the customer. And customer service, so if I talk about in my industry, because we are into agrochemicals, so the COVID situation came in March sometimes, and the first quarter, which goes for Kharif season. And when lockdown started, then everything went for a stop, and we fell into like emergency service, because crops had to be protected when Kharif sowing will happen. So customer service was very important, as our told that stock levels meeting. So we analyzed our situation. We based on our situation, we what we saw that yes, there are few supplies which can be made properly, which supplies cannot be made properly, and review of the situation with all the stakeholders on everyday basis, and even 2 times basis, so that cost also do not increase, but availability increases for the customer. So our products, so if I talk about some figures, like in India, we could do more than 26% of growth in the first quarter because of higher availability of products to the farmers or to our distributors. It only happened because uh, uh, so our networking was very good. Because uh, the our a lot of factories are in Gujarat. So since we are in Gujarat, so we were able to manage our most of the 75% of raw materials through our captive sources. And since UPL is a good backward integration, has good backward integration, so a lot of whatever disruption happened, so we could make minimum shortage of material. So availability could be done by uh, um, close coordination. And yes, because a lot of supplies were coming from China also, and a lot of raw materials we were storing at port. But uh, based on the situation, based on the logistic situation, a lot of inventory levels were increased, and a lot of improvements also initiated, improvement in the plants, so that capacities can be increased, and the factories which are involve higher logistics, because of transportation of raw materials from one part of country to another part of country, then that was also stopped, and a lot of product mix changes happened between the factories, so that availability could be increased. So these kind of changes were done, and a lot of new vendors development. So that also happened, because Gujarat is a good source for vendors, and since their supplies to other areas were not happening, so we could take those spare capacities. So capacity management from within the factory, capacity management of the vendors, so these all things improved availability of the product to the customers. Yeah, this is my take. Yeah.
Okay, the capacity planning is what is
Yeah.
pressing on the vendors. You need to have a good vendor base. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pradyumna. And so, Amit, I mean, this has been completely, the views of the people who are into chemical industries, agrochemicals. So, how is it about the cement? Because ACC as a cement business, you might have had fixed trucks also, dedicated trucks, fixed trucks, own trucks, for these dispatches. Because the cement, it is very standardized. The flow is very, I can say, standard. I mean, in festival seasons, maybe not festivals, but in a certain season, it is very dynamic, or else the rest of it is up to a standard. So in this way, you would have planned for your logistics earlier, having dedicated fleet. Now, what is the plan in future? Because of this disruption, the changes, how is the logistics cost going to change, or how is the logistics execution going to change? Amit, you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Yeah. So basically, see, the customer requirement has to be met. So that's foremost. So in terms of what kind of delivery schedule he wants, what kind of cost he's ready to bear. So that is of foremost importance. So if you are in a competitive world and customer has a choice to dump you and move to some other option. So even in these trying times, so this was basically a time which was to introspect and see how best we can handle this. So this was also an opportunity in terms of though it was one of the biggest health and economic crisis of our times. So we have not seen these unprecedented times. So like many sectors, cement also got exposed to significant challenges arising out of this crisis. Some of them were disruptions because a lot of districts, as you were aware, that initially were in red zones. So we were not able to ply those consignments, and there were stockouts. So there was a pent up demand. People wanted to execute the projects which were already at some stage, but they were not able to do because of the restrictions. So though you clearly mentioned that there was a fleet plan which was like in March, so we had a movement going on. So we had a clear how we'll serve the country. So from our 17 manufacturing units. So that was a clear plan how the markets will be fed. And if you see, March is one of the months that it's one of the peak season months. And when organizations also, because of their quarter endings, or some of the organizations because of their year endings, they move a lot of material out of their plants and manufacturing units so that their yearly targets plus dealer also get incentivized. So, but everything got disrupted because of the lockdown getting announced in after the fortnight, in the second fortnight of March. So that was a time to replan everything and see, because of this disruption, a lot of people also moved out of their hometowns or their job places, workplaces, and a lot of these logistics players, a lot of drivers actually moved to hometown also after there were a lot of issues. So though the production declined in Q1, and then Q2 also suffered a similar issue. So there was a big disruption of underutilized fleet. So it was now it was to see how these opening up will happen. So while the categorization of the districts changed, it became amber to green. So as the markets opened up, so that fleet capacity utilization started increasing. But that time, those times were trying times because we had to take a hit on the costs. So it was a time to optimize everything and see how to reduce our indirect costs. So all the contracts which were there with the existing vendors, so they were relooked jointly along with vendors, and see like what clauses protect us that we can enforce, because it was an unprecedented time. It was a force measure at times. So what all can be done? On the other side, the other thing was to optimize everything and see how best we can operate in a lean form, so that whatever manufacturing operations that we have, based on the approvals from the local authorities, we are able to best mobilize and evacuate those manufacturing capacities. So though there was a fixed cost hit, but we reduce our variable cost to see like how to best optimize in these times. And there was a crisis war room created so that all these issues which are day-to-day operations arising out, with the focus of this crisis war room was threefold: health, cash, and cost. So if we focus on these three things, so in these trying times, we'll come out even more stronger. And you can see how cement has come out.
Yes.
The Q3 has been very good. Q3 in terms of the overall output as well as deliveries. so what all areas that have been worked on is reduce cost to conserve cash, collaborate cross-functionally, various functions between all stakeholders, build trust with your bigger suppliers, bargain hunt and see what better opportunities that you can have an end-to-end supply chain risk mitigation, so that it's in the plan itself. So how to averse that risk and think ahead, secure supply chain for the future. So these were the areas that we worked on, though there was a temporarily hit of fixed cost because the asset capacities utilization were low, but we reduced our variable cost to see like how best we can operate.
Okay. So the focus was more on the variable cost. Understood. So in the whole discussion, I mean, whenever we talk about increasing the safety stock, going to near to the customer, I think Nikhil would be the happiest person to hear that. The warehouse that requires more warehousing space, and that is where the value addition from the 3PL comes in place. Okay. But Sandeep, tell me, how do you see as from a procurement angle? Okay, because we have passed through the GST era, wherein post GST we thought that we'll move away from the customer, we'll service the customer. Now COVID is telling that go near to the customer. Okay. Completely both are contradicting. We have had some plans post GST that will move away from the customer, have a consolidated distribution center, be it chemical or be it any other industry. And now COVID, everyone's telling that, let us move near to the customer, have stocks at every node of supply chain, build stocks. So from the procurement perspective, how do you see or how do you endorse this? I mean, so it is open for discussion for any of the panelists who want to debate on this.
Tapasvi, that's an interesting point you have raised. So one is how can you be close to the customer, and when we look at the entire value chain, how you can be also close to a vendor. If I connect from customer to the vendor,
and cost
from the cost point of view, right? So both are equally important. But one of the lessons what COVID has taught us is like there is no permanent solution. I mean, this was the concept prior to COVID, I would say, which is still exists. It's not that it no longer exists. Today we are talking about de-risking. So when we talk about de-risking, we are not only looking at suppliers closer to us, but also suppliers which may be little far away from us from the de-risking point of view. Because as I said, today we have a lot of uncertainty, the known unknowns. We never know which supplier will close down when, even if it is next door, and if he closes down for some uncertainty, some reason, we need to have a backup, a de-risking. So we are moving, in fact, to the vendors who are a bit far away, and maybe the logistics, we are incurring a higher cost, but then still from the point of view of de-risking and sustainability, we are looking at all the options. We are keeping options open. So if my plant is in Gujarat, we are looking for suppliers even outside Gujarat. So that is at least from the supplier sustainability we are doing. And I'm sure the same concept can be extended to the customers or the warehousing also. Yes, we need to be closer to the customer, but then we need to have a plan B always in place now. We have learned it a hard way now. So a plan B is always something, the most important thing. So you may allocate 80% to the vendor who is next door, but 20% needs to be from the vendor who may be little expensive, but then who ensures a backup source to you. That's my experience, and that's what we have implemented in Indofil.
Okay, fine. Sandeep, so Kaushal, Sandeep is of the view that we need to have plan B and de-risking is the option. Kaushal, because being in chemical industry, okay, the chemical warehousing and the chemical transportation comes at a cost. It is not like the regular transportation or the regular warehousing. So how do you think it is easy for the companies to go near to the market, build stocks and invest in logistics cost?
Yeah, Tapasvi. So I have heard twice, build stock. I think in today's time, building stock is not a choice given by at least a CFO of an organization. Cash is something which everybody is really vouching for. And hence, I would say this is the time when everybody is expecting us to be as much as possible optimum in inventories to ensure that we keep up the free cash available and then also manage the business
in full. Now, when we talk about how do we manage logistics, especially when we are into chemical value chain? So as recently Sandeep mentioned, it is all about keeping all our options open. Now the time is gone when we were very bound, we were keeping ourselves bound to look for the nearest possible solutions, nearest possible service provider or a vendor. But in today's time, I think we as a professional or an organization need to keep all the windows open, all the ways open, to ensure that we have backup available, we have multiple options available. Now, when it comes to capacities of warehousing, when it comes to capacity of transportation, in principle, if you see, the volumes have dropped down almost in all the industries except few, wherever, especially the pharma companies or maybe the agro companies. But other than that, if you see, everybody is struggling for business. And hence, in principle, the demand has gone down. Now, the problem is, though the demand is gone down, but the supplies of now, especially the logistic companies or the logistic resources, I would say, is furthermore gone down. So how do we mitigate those? Cost is one of the factor which always hits us. And now I would say, do we have any ready-made solution to manage the business with the optimum cost? Maybe the answer is no in today's time. It is all about finding those opportunities in bits and pieces where, and creating the balance in that. So there should be some situation where I need to spend more, but then I need to find out other opportunities where I can save more. So, and when I was talking about the flexibility from any of the organizations, CFO or finance function, I think someone need to mute. It's Tapaswi, I don't know if you have the admin right to
No,
mute.
I can't. Devudatta, can you
Even
please
I
mute
can't,
your mic? Yeah.
Yeah, it's done. Thank you. So now, when we talk about cost, when we talk about flexibilities, so as I was talking in my previous communication, I was talking about, this is the time when we should actually move out from the long-term contract, and we need to really getting into the short-term contract. Now, when we talk about inventory is something which is not given open hand to keep as much as possible. And hence, what we need to do, we need to create synergies with supplier. We need to bring multiple options, be it nearer or a little longer, and you can do a balancing that with respect to cost of material versus logistics. Third important aspect, especially in the warehousing front, which I would say I am experiencing throughout the industry, is everybody is trying to go into the flexible model. They don't want to go on the stock bound model or a fixed space model, and that is somewhere it is helping us as an organization to really mitigate the cost. And in other hand, it is also helping other companies, so taking an example of pharma or maybe agrochemical company, I think they have done wonder this year. Their CAGR or their sales growth had been tremendously better. I would say one of the better year in last maybe 5 to 10 years. I think these two kind of segments are experiencing. So those capacities can be kept available for those businesses where opportunity of growth is more and more. So I think it is not just me. Again, I repeat, this is the time when it is not me, but it is we who need to work together to ensure that ultimately someone is getting benefit. Someone is also getting benefit with those opportunities which one is leaving and one is grabbing at this point of time. So this is how we need to work. It is more of collaborative time. It is more of dependencies which we need to be on each other. It is more of transparency which we need to develop among each other, as well as among each other industries, professionals, peer groups, etc. So those will ultimately help in managing this situation in short to mid term. I would say 3 to 6 months or 6 to 9 months time. And of course, this is not a permanent problem. I'm a firm believer of it. This is just a short-term problem. So once this problem is going off, then of course after 9 months or 12 months, we will be going back to our normal business situations, and then those opportunities can be furthermore still there.
Yeah. Thank you, Kaushal. Thank you for that. So Nikhil, we just have 1 minute for you both. I mean, Nikhil and Amit. So Nikhil, 2021, what are the 3 takeaways for supply chain in 1 minute, please?
Well, we've covered some of them. I think it's transparency with our customers, right? I mean, when we have issues, we need to be open and honest and be transparent what those are. I mean, both ways. It needs to flow. I think forecasting is going to be very, very key in terms of what orders our customers have, and what a little bit 6 months looking a bit into the future, because I think beyond that today it's a little bit difficult to forecast also what the carriers and freight rates and what that scenario is going to look at. And if I have to say one thing, it is really preparing and doing things today with a little bit of an eye on the future. And it reminds me about the core value of a company that I worked for, which was constant care. Doing stuff today, keeping the future in mind, and not just looking at it very, very short term. So if we have to spend more today, secure what we can for the future. Yeah. So that's really what.
So thank you. Amit. Amit, you're there?
Yeah.
Yeah, Amit, your comments on supply chain in 2021, how is it going to look like? Just in 3 pointers.
Yeah, so 2021. Yeah, so in 2021, I believe that so we have to adopt the digital ways of working, because if you see the 5 important disruptors that can reduce the risk and greatly improve the efficiency are the advanced planning and artificial intelligence, digital control towers, digital logistics, blockchain, and digital order to cash. So all of these have to be these new disruptive technologies, and many which are like have to be adopted and well worked upon, so that we have resilience as well as future ready supply chain.
Thank you. So the discussion has been very fruitful and very engaging. So finally, what I can collate from the discussion is that companies have to be very agile. That is one thing. Agility is, again, it have a definition per se. It can be in terms of number of years, number of months. It can be in terms of technology. It can be in terms of the decision making. So that is one thing. Then people talked about technology and short-term planning. That's what is important as of now in the situation where we are in, to get efficiencies in logistics and supply chain. Thank you for that. Yeah, over to you, Namrata and Sandeep.
Tapaswi, we have audience questions as well.
Yeah, please.
The first question from Adnan Ahmed. He is asking, what are you doing to reduce your logistics cost when the volumes are uncertain?
So I can pose that question to Pradyumna. Can you repeat the question again, Namrata? Pradyumna?
Yeah, sure. I'm repeating the question. What are you doing to reduce your logistics cost when the volumes are uncertain?
Yeah, so since volumes are uncertain, so actually, if we talk about outbound logistics, so outbound logistics are based on the rates, whatever you carry from factories to customer or whatever. And since warehousing planning is a like long-term planning, there probably nothing much can be done. But for export thing, so for export thing, it is on contract base. So the piece basis or the ton basis, based on that, you are not incurring any extra cost. But yes, sometimes for short term, you have to consider even revision in rates based on the situation. So if that was lockdown, so some costs were incurred, but immediately after a normalization of lockdown, those costs were controlled. So similarly, it happens that how much can you store near to the customer. So those kind of things also.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Namrata, next
okay,
question.
The second question from Jaya Sunil. He is asking, how are you taking inventory carrying decisions in the current scenario?
Sandeep, would you like to take that? Or
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So the question is quite open-ended. So again, I don't know the context of, I mean, what exactly is the context from which the question is coming. But in general, I can take this, I mean, my views on that is, see, there is no single mantra of inventory management. I mean, there are various ways and means and formulas and models which are available in the industry by which the inventory management can be done, depending upon whether it is vital, essential, desirable, or ABC analysis, or whatever, like high value, low value, critical to business, non-critical to business. So there are various models available. So you have to see which model suits the particular category you are having in context. So if it is a RMPM, so what is something critical to running a plant operations, depending upon the lead time, depending upon your storage time, depending upon the supplier's storage capability, or is it a vendor managed inventory? So there are various tools and levers available. One has to select those which make sense for that particular category, and try out some of those models which are tried and tested in the market, and I mean can be easily accessed. So that's my view on it, Tapasvi. I hope I've given some.
Yeah, as the question is an open-ended question, and definitely it can't be a precise answer. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So the next question is from Neil Thakkar. He's asking what are the top 3 technology projects for chemical supply chain?
Kaushal, if you're there, can you take this question, please?
Namrata, it was top 3 technological project.
Yeah. Top 3 technology projects for chemical supply chain.
Yeah, I think again this question is also very open-ended. So it depends, what's your need. So if you really would like to go for the better forecasting, ultimately, which is going to be the game changer for overall value chain, then there are multiple models, multiple technologies available. SAP APO is one of the most known technology, which maximum good organization or big size organizations are working towards. Second, if I move to maybe logistics, so one of the greatest need which has developed nowadays is GPS. Now, what kind of GPS do we need? And again, for those, there are multiple options available, because this is the time when our customers need information of their shipment every hour, and how do we make use of those technologies to ensure that ultimately the communication flow is digitized to ensure that it does not need much of human intervention. So that is point number 2. Point number 3, when we talk about the supply planning, again in supply chain, so as Sandeep was mentioning, there is no I would say a fixed tool or a model available at this point of time, or a technology available which which say one technology suits to all. So it depends in which kind of organization you are in which kind of business you are, and what kind of technologies would be fitting to bring a kind of optimum solutions to you is something which you need to look for. So conclusion to this question from my side would be there is no such ready-made technology or a model available which suits to all, and hence a customization is needed at every front.
Thank you. Thank you, Kaushal. Yeah, Namrata, you have another question?
No, we don't have any another question.
Okay, fine. Thank you then. Thank you all for joining. It was pleasure, getting the knowledge from you, and definitely that will be put into at least, testing and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Tapaswi.
Bye-bye. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all the panelists for making this discussion rich. So we have second panel for the day, and the topic for the panel is reshaping, reimagining supply chain fit for today and ready for tomorrow. Here I call moderator Mr. Mandar Kulkarni from Pidilite Industries, Pradeep Tiwari from Reliance Industries, Gurdeep Singh from Kane Vedanta, Deepdatta Chaudhary from Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals, VK Bajaj from Apar Industries, Amit Arora from ACC Limited, and Ankush Singh from DCM Shriram.
Hi, Mr. Mandar. Very good evening, and all the uh, attendees. Very good evening from my side.
Hi. Thank you, Namrata, for the introduction. Should we start?
Yeah, Manda, you can start.
Okay, right. I'll just briefly I introduce myself. I'm Mandar Kulkarni. I look after the warehousing operations for Pidilite for last 10 years. Previously, I was with Big Bazaar looking after the supply chain and all. Today's topic, what we have is basically the topic name is reshaping, reimagining supply chain and logistics fit for today and ready for tomorrow. Okay. So if you see that India's chemical logistics is, is very scalable. It's getting scaled up. Almost around 19 metric ton stocks are getting transferred and it is sold. Around $350 billion turnover is expected by 2022. The Indian chemical industry itself includes more than almost 70,000 industrial products from all the categories like drugs, pharmaceuticals, dyes and pigments, inorganic and organic chemicals, plastics and petrochemicals, specialty chemical together, along with pesticides, agrochemicals, bonding agents, liquids and instrument mix, and all, and obviously fertilizers, right? So the supply chain and logistics is very challenging in case of the chemical industry is concerned, and it's challenging against many more parameters, including the current one, disruptions which is going on with COVID and all. So it's at various level, it is very challenging. It is all about organizations basically how they adopt to different challenges through that supply chain, and in terms of new strategies, how we try to cope up with them, making a maximized usage of network and resources, what kind of predictive solutions we can see and we can try to implement in our organizations, their measures, and basically innovations and technological adoptions. To discuss all about this basic agenda, I'll introduce our eminent panelist, what Namrata has been introduced at the short. So we have Mr. Ankur Singh from DCM Shriram Limited. He's basically head strategy and business development, looking after chemical division, and he's been working there for more than 14 years, delivering in portfolio growth and geographical expansion across diversified businesses. He's also a member of business leadership team, spearheading overall strategic growth agenda in chemical business. He has also worked with E&Y as a manager strategy transformation, with Jubilant Life Sciences, with SRF as Chief Manager, Strategic and all. We have a second panelist, Mr. Amit Arora. He is associated with ACC Limited from last 14 years, and he has been grown up over there right from, he have handled in different capacities like operations and maintenance, capital expenditures, chief, and he was also chief for South and West region. He has worked with MD offices also, and he has shouldered sales and marketing business excellence as a general manager. So welcome Mr. Amit Arora on the panel. We have Mr. Gurdeep Singh. He is Director Capex Procurement and Group Chemicals at Vedanta. So it's a cane, oil and gas from last 9 years. He was also Chief Commercial Officer for Procurement and SCM earlier. He has worked with Genpact for 5 years, and also he has worked with Maruti Udyog and Crompton Greaves. So welcome Mr. Gurdeep Singh on the panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look for really good insights from all of you. I welcome Mr. VK Bajaj. He is CEO from Upper Industries, that is Uniflex Cables. He was president of Sudarshan Telecom earlier. So nice to have you, Mr. Bajaj, on the panel. We have Mr. Devdatta Chaudhary. He is associated vice president with Deepak Fertilizers. He worked there for more than 20 years in sales, logistics, and procurement functions. He has also handled robust SCM strategies, business risk, and analysis. He has also worked with Lafarge Group of Companies as a general manager. With Lafarge, they are into ACC and Ambuja Cement. So we are honored to have Mr. Devdatta on the panel. Unfortunately, we do not have Mr. Pradeep Tiwari. He had some personal reasons, so he has dropped out. So nice to have all of you. Good afternoon, Mr. Bajaj. Right. So basically, the as I said that the brief agenda I have briefed you at the start. So basically, managing supply chain and logistics is very challenging in case of typical FMCG companies like us, also even Pidilite, wherein or any other companies wherein we have a large number of manufacturing units, large base of the SKU base, large, I mean, few depots we have and large customer base. So basically, shelf availability of the all a kind of SKUs at the customer level or your selling point is very important here. That is one of the challenges if your SKU base and customer base is very high. There is second important challenge is again managing the variations in demand, seasonality, and seasonal sales, wherein you have disruptions, you have seasonal seasons basically for specific SKUs. So really, it's a challenge to manage the variations in demand planning and supply planning level. Third important challenge is basically day by day the customer challenges are going up and up. It's a very complex condition for any kind of industry. Customers demand keeps on increasing, so it's very important to have our supply chain very responsive and flexible to make up those challenges and to meet those challenges. So time to market is a really important. How quickly and on time delivery you are giving to the customers. One more important challenge is how we are adapting to the technological and digitization challenges, and obviously the disruptions in COVID scenario. So why with this basically challenging background, I would like to ask means I would like to have your views from the panel members. So one thing is I would like to ask you first is I will ask Mr. Ankur, in this condition, how these challenges has been basically met by your company or you are planning to meet, and how you are responding to the recent supply chain challenges in your company as such.
Sure. Thanks, Mandar. Thanks for having me, and good afternoon to the fellow panelists. It's a good question. In fact, this particular COVID situation has caught a lot of us off guard, especially the company which I belong to is a bulk chemical player. We have a sizable cargoes and very limited space, and we don't have liberty to look at a vendor side storages or the customer side storages. So for us, it was like an eye opener. Uh, we we what we try to do in terms of the reshaping the whole supply chain, and we took a couple of initiatives. We work with our project partners much more in detail, especially in areas where we are having our project activities. We help them to set up a prefabricated unit at an area which is not so impacted by the COVID, just so that our project activity doesn't get hampered. In terms of our raw material movement, we have looked at alternate transporters whom we have never worked in past, but the challenge was how we can quickly enroll them and educate them, because we operate in a hazardous chemical environment, and the idea was to bring in new player, but the challenge was how quickly we can sync in together. Third thing we also looked at, because exposure to a lot of imported raw material, we proactively look at our hedging positions, again most of the raw material, just to ensure that supply doesn't get impacted because of the dollar movement. One important thing I think this COVID situation has made us to do, because generally we divide the chemical sector into three large pockets. One, companies who are at an elementary stage of modern supply chain practices, company who are at a medium, and company who are advanced. As you go down in the value chain towards more specialty, you'll find companies are more advanced in value chain. But for us, it was never a focus area that how we can optimize supply chain network through digital operations. And we did explore a lot of activities such as DIY versus outsourcing the entire supply chain services. And it was surprise to us the amount of saving which we could imagine. So I think, yes, the whole COVID has given us a shock, and for a large operation like ours, it was a challenging time, but it was needed to just go for a reset button and look at all the initiative which you wouldn't have done if you wouldn't have that kind of break in your operation. Otherwise, you would have gone and on. So I think as a large organization, this has really helped us in terms of optimizing our supply chain. Our vendor base has increased, the quality of vendor has improved, the response time has improved, and also over the period of time, what we are witnessing, the quality of services has improved, because suddenly there is a competition because of this pandemic, because now everyone is under pressure to run their business full hog. So what the way we see that as a large corporation is an opportunity, and so far we have been responding well.
Right. I agree with you, Mr. Ankur. You know, you have got two, three important measures you have taken, like as you said that you have prefabricated areas and you are also looking after the alternate transporters. Probably that has given you earlier, probably we have not taken those initiatives, but now this has given the opportunity to explore these. Even in our company also, what we do, we have done a lot of such kind of back end work we have done, and we have done the planned work. You know, in future also, if some such kind of conditions arise, then probably we can take out our B plan and we can work it out, you know, in different strategic way. Right. I would like to take this question with Mr. Gurdeep Singh. So, Mr. Gurdeep, can you please have your views on this?
Sure. Thanks, Mandar. Thanks, Ankur, for your views, and good evening, everyone on the panel, as well as the people who are attending the web conference. So I come from a company called Vedanta Limited, which is one of the top five mining giants in the world as such. And within that, when I talk today in this forum, most of my examples and my knowledge will come from working in cane oil and gas, which is one of the verticals within Vedanta. So since it is more of crude oil production, so it is not from a sales and production standpoint, but it is more from a consumption angle of the chemicals, which I would be talking about. So just wanted to give that perspective to everyone. Now, while Mr. Mandar beautifully articulated what challenges we face, but I think I'll just briefly delve on pre and post COVID era. So while I was discussing with my teams also, so pre-COVID era, to be honest, I come from a procurement background, and I was heading the procurement for cane oil and gas before I moved into the capex. But the sole agenda at that point in time, pre-COVID, was cost. How do we bring down our cost? How do we move to low cost countries for procuring our chemicals? What best supply chain routes can be taken up so that the costs are lower, and try to reduce a bit of inventory as well to manage the working capital. But I think as soon as as Ankur beautifully mentioned, we were caught off guard by the COVID scenario. I think nobody in all the planning, people would have planned for disruption, but I don't think so anybody was able to plan for such a big disruption. And that's where all of us, at least we were caught off guard. And so the supply started getting hit more from one logistics standpoint, especially most of our chemicals are being bought from China. And while we have 2 or 3 vendors in every chemical, typically the large chemicals which we buy, but the dichotomy was that both the vendors are in China. So while we were able to diversify earlier, but we never thought of diversifying it geographically because of the cost pressures. Okay, so that was something which hit us in the face as soon as this COVID thing started coming up. And never ever, if you look at, one can think of that oil itself will go out of demand. Okay, so that was another a trend which nobody can think of, that at one point the futures in oil were at minus $30. Can you imagine? People were paying for the buyer to buy that oil on that particular night. So though it happened for a very brief moment in US, but that scenario which nobody had envisaged at one point, that people will pay for selling the oil. Okay, so because otherwise the wells will get shut and their stocks will, their tanks will overflow. So with that scenario, your cost pressure, while earlier we were only thinking of cost, definitely the cost pressures became suddenly so high
that you're not able to sell your oil, you're not able to get the right money of the oil which you're producing. So you have to ramp down your production wherever, you have to optimize your projects, you have to optimize the chemicals. So the cost pressure also came up. Along with it came up the working capital piece. Okay, now you're not able to get the money back for whatever you sold. Similarly, on the supplier side, suppliers are suddenly went into a frenzy because they also started seeing the cash crunch. So they also went into a frenzy that asking for all the pending payments at suddenly and trying to squeeze the payment terms also. So those were some of the things which we faced quickly in the last, I would say, a short duration of, say, starting with February till August, September, and some of the shocks are still continuing. But those are some of the challenges, I would say, which as an industry or which as a company we faced, and similar to some what Ankur mentioned. Now, how are we coping up? So I would say there are two phases. One is the immediate requirement. For example, our China supplies were getting disrupted. How do we quickly figure out if there is an alternate available? So at that point in time, cost was not the issue. The issue was how do you maintain your supply? So the supply continuity became a bigger priority rather than the cost. So what we've done is in the past, yes, we had capable suppliers in India as well as at other geographical locations. We reach out to them, try to do a short-term contract so that we secure our supplies of the chemicals. Second part, which we did was that we read out to our service providers. Okay, so some of the, if you look at a lot of the chemicals we were buying directly from the manufacturers, okay, especially in China. But then our service providers, they are dealing with multiple geographies. They are providing services across US, Canada, Europe, and they are procuring those similar chemicals from across the geographies. Okay. So rather than we searching out vendors, we read out to our service providers and we try to do integrated contracts. Move into, rather than just a supply separate and a service separate, we said we would like to offload the supply also to you because you have a wider reach in the market, and and the whole payment will be on a success fee basis, in the sense of you will have to source the chemicals and you will have to deliver the services, and that's what you will get paid. So our cost definitely went a notch up than where we were, but what we were able to do was we were able to secure our supplies. The third thing which we it was an immediate reaction. We started ramping up our inventory, especially on some of the chemicals. One being polymer, which is core to our oil production. So we started ramping up the inventory from a 14-day normal cycle of 14-day period to approximately 20-21 days. So those were some of the short-term actions which we took. In the longer term, I think now we are, in hindsight, we are much wiser. Okay, we should have looked at the geographical spread. That becomes a lot more important. The supply continuity becomes a lot more important. The working capital becomes more important. Yes, cost will always be a question mark on any procurement guy's mind. So what we have tried doing now is that we have relooked at all our chemicals, not just chemicals, but even all other portfolios, wherever we find that those are forming part of critical supplies. We have segregated some of those, and we are now structurally moving to a geographical spread for supply of those. So we are not looking at just one or two vendors in a particular zone. We are looking at vendors across zones, not just China, maybe from Europe, maybe from somewhere else in Asia, but not too far off again. So again, it is closer by, but try to spread the geography. Second part is we are trying to reduce our cycle time for ordering. Okay, we are in a joint venture with ONGC. So there are a lot of processes we have to follow. Our typical ordering cycle moves from anywhere between 3 months to 6 months. So that's where we are trying to do a lot of digitization and digitalization to reduce our cycle time of the ordering itself. Then what we're also looking at, as I mentioned, we are doing the integrated contracts more. They have been successful in the short term, and we are looking at from long-term strategy standpoint, moving into integrated contracts, which will include supply and services as such. So those are some of the key actions which I would like to cite right now, and I will, over a period of time, I'll share some more examples also during the course of the conference.
Sure, Gurdeep. I think you have your organization has taken. I mean, yourself you have taken very nice initiative. In a nutshell, basically, what we have done is that pre-COVID there was a focus on cost and inventory. Now you have basically started looking after the diversified supplies. I mean, from structural to geographical, you have started sourcing it from within India also. Probably it might help that make in India concept what we are driving. So you are finding out the local suppliers. Then second thing what you have done is that you have ramped up the inventory for critical SKUs from 14 days to 21 days.
Yes.
And also you have done the basically reduction in cycle time. Basically, it's a overall cycle time for the procurement. And obviously the diversification, I mean, you have probably multiple suppliers you are looking into rather than cost aspect, you are looking after the service factor. Right?
Yes.
So that is probably these are really good initiatives. So okay, I'll take this question to Mr. Devdatta. Mr. Devdatta, if you can give your views, what is happening in Deepak Fertilizers, what kind of how these challenges are met in, or what are the plans over there?
Thank you, Mr. Mandar. I wish all of us should be safe, do our sanitization properly for next few months till that our vaccine will come. I thank you, Mr. Gurdeep and Mr. Rankur. They have given some clue, and from that clue, I just want to take few points that we are telling that this coronavirus or this pandemic is a novel risk. So what basically novel risk is actually called for? Mr. Gurdeep has rightly said that what we cannot envisage, which is distantly improbable, where although that distantly improbable, we could not quantify the terms and likelihood and impact of that risk. And that is why we do not want to invest our resources, capital resources, human resources on that. Is this the first pandemic our human being seen, first time seen? No. Before that, lot of pandemic happened. Other than those pandemic, I want to take 3-4 different novel risks and what are the learning from those areas, and which we try to study and try to implement in our case to swim out from these pandemic situations. One of the good thing is for our company is that we are producing fertilizers and IPA. Those two products falls under the essential goods. So we got the authority approval to run our company. Probably we are the only factory. We are running from our Taloja units at Bombay. We are the only factory did not ever close for a single hours in this during this pandemic period, especially from April, May, June, where the situation was very high. And the example which I want to bring out over here, that 2008, we have seen the supply chain or financial meltdown in America. And that time, many companies, financial companies has been dissolved. One of the big financial companies of banker is Lehman Brothers. Because they could not get the right signals, whatever is happening in their real estate markets and mortgage markets. However, many companies can survive that during that point. So what are the triggering point? Triggering point is when it occurs outside our imagination and experience. If I get the right signals, maybe we could take the probable right decisions. Second, I want to bring down over here one more example of Boeing 787. Boeing 787 was a failure till last year. Lot of Boeing bring down to the ground and it's not going to fly. The reason behind that there are multiple issues, breakdown happen. They try to start that new kind of Boeing 787 with the changes of their metals. They bring down some alloys which is much lighter than aluminums. They try to change their control systems, and that control system requires a supportive lithium battery. These three different changes could not happen properly because their first tier supply chain suppliers fall down together. Third point I want to bring down, what are these things? Multiple routine breakdown combine a trigger of major breakdowns, multiple issue breakdowns. Another things could have happened like Fukushima, that our power plant, Japan's. What happened just at the time of tsunami, Fukushima, that ocean wave raised up to 14 meters. However, in Japan, almost all the power plant have the wall height of 5.7 meters. But due to tsunami, which Japanese people could not even imagine, and it had happened so enormously and so faster that those people could not take any actions. And because of that, Fukushima power plant and that company has been dissolved. They have to give in $13 billion of compensation to the who are actually affected. Now this coronavirus, does it not giving any signals to Indian peoples? Yes. We got the signals from mid-November 2019. Are we ready with that? If anything happened with us, maybe it is whole good for China or whole good for Italy, who got affected first. However, we got at least 3.5 months time to take some decisions. Some people take decisions, some people take delayed decisions. Like the way that I am telling that financial crisis, I want to bring down to one more issues which had happened in 2000 Mexico, Albuquerque. Philips Semiconductors have one day a fire in their sites, and that fire had been controlled by us one night time. Philips Semiconductor supply chain person rightly given, dutifully given the information to their vendor, to their customers like Motorola and Nokia. But Motorola supply chain persons saw their inventory at their site. They saw that they have a couple of weeks inventory, and this Philips Semiconductor production unit could have been okay by 1 week time, and they could not have any supply chain failures. And the supply chain manager of Motorola could not or did not inform to their higher ups. On the other way around, Nokia got the same signals, but their supply chain team immediately formed 200 different staffs and take a call what could have happened if that can continue. They directly land up at their Philips Holland headquarters and formed a team jointly. And they come out because they had a joint designing teams. They built up a joint designing teams for any supply chain disruption, and they come out. For our case, now I come to with these three, four different examples, I am coming to my areas. I told initially that we are possibly the only one factory who never stopped. One advantage we had, we are essential commodities. However, our main issue, what we detected was my internal staffs as well as the staffs and supply or drivers of transportations who are regularly coming to us and may have the possibility to get infected. Is it that we did not infect it? Yes. Our company also got the infections of at least 70-80 peoples. But our HR, I salute to our HR or our industrial relation teams. They took a lot of efforts how to make us safe by working all the days in these pandemic areas. So this is one of the things our HR team had done. And for the transporters, drivers who are the most ignorant, most neglected community, what we could do for them that we thought of. We have arranged the most important thing is that when the pandemic was on their high, all the eatery shop nearby to our company had been closed. So the major thing we have done, how to feed all the peoples, save food, all the peoples. How do they sanitize? So that we have served them for that during that period, a free foods for all the drivers and our contractors were coming down over here.
Basically, the important thing is what you want to communicate is to the examples is like, there has to be a predictive measures we should take for the disruptions from probably the example of Boeing 787, Motorola, Nokia. You can use the predictive.
I just would like to give you on. I will take another 1 or 2 minutes before finishing. The major thing is that how could we able to come out from that situation? We have developed a critical team over here. Critical team is every day we are having a half an hour to 45-minute meeting, and that meeting was not having an advocacy meeting. It was free. Anybody can give untested ideas, and that can be disagreed by others. It is a free and fair meetings, and the issue, whatever coming up, immediately going to inform to all the stakeholders. Decision to take very soon, as quick as possible, take enough, make difference, communicate enough well to understood all the stakeholders and carried out the decisions well enough to be effective till the next better option comes. So yes, these are the immediate quick decisions. One small example I will give. I have also a problem in the supply chains, which we are bringing one particular specific product we were bringing from Australia. And that is a very critical. If the usual of this particular chemical is only 5% in our products. But because of pandemic, our entire container has stuck up at Malaysia's port for 1.5 months. And we were almost running out of stocks. And plant is supposed to be closed down. So what we did, we developed our vendors over here. It's a jugaad kind of things. Our lab team had helped us to develop the required character of the products. And as well as our vendors also help us by giving us similar kind of products, which was available with one of its customer in Pune. And that we got, and that is how somehow we can swim out, and our production was not halted for that particular point of time.
Thank you, Devdatta, for your insights and your given examples. I would like to take this question to Mr. Bajaj for his comments and what is his views on this. How it has been how the supply chain is getting. Challenges are getting met in your industry.
Right. Thank you, Mandar. And I must say, I think Ankur and Gurdeep covered very well this subject. Really speaking.
Thank you.
This COVID was a sudden thing, which everybody has mentioned. So all of a sudden, first is that, first for in the month of, it started in the last week of March, and maybe a knee-jerk reaction from the government. Lockdown means the workers are running away and all that happening. And then by the time and last week of April, I think the units were gradually allowed to open. So it was a 4 week of, let us say, 4 week of uncertain situation.
Right.
And that too guarded by various precautions to be taken of sanitization of everybody, the equipment, the materials, and the attendance to be only 15-20%, something like that. It started off, and then maybe gradually they went on relaxing. So this was not happening only at our production factories, but even at the supplier factory also, I think a similar situation. So obviously, if we have to run the production, then suddenly you find the material is not available or the supply is not coming, etc. And we were so used to purchasing from China because of the low cost or whatever commercial reasons, that we had ignored our domestic manufacturers of the same item. Perhaps the cost of the domestic fellows have been also a little higher compared to the Chinese people. So obviously, I think the first reaction used to be buy the cheaper. But I think after having learned all this, the situation is moving. On top of it, one is the COVID. It took a couple of weeks for people to start understanding what is happening. And on top of it, this Ladakh problem of China started off. So it created a negative sentiment or a nationalistic sentiment in the mind of, I think, the entire country people. So obviously, given a choice, if Indian product is available, we should buy Indian product instead of from China. Of course, if the price gap is too high, then only look at that. If it is 2, 3, 5%, then don't look at that. But I must appreciate, I am from the cable industry. I'm not from the bulk chemical and all that, what you are talking. But we consume huge quantity of polymers, of various type of polymers, and most of the polymers have been coming from China. So we interacted with the local domestic manufacturers whom we know they are manufacturing, but they were manufacturing at a higher price. Only in case of emergency we were buying. Then we told them, yeah, if this is what the situation happening, so we would like to commit to you our 70% share from India and 30% from, we will see from where. So with this kind of backup, it helped them to come out with something. And I must say that the guys are able to offer competitive to China, or maybe 2, 3, 5% lower than China, which earlier maybe we have not encouraged them. It could be the reason.
Correct.
I think like that, plus of course we have to maintain higher level of inventory, because, even those raw material suppliers also have some supplies coming from different places. Sometimes the material doesn't come or import doesn't come. So they have to keep that. I don't know what they do that. I'm sure they must be having. But as far as we are concerned, I think for last couple of months we have to maintain little better level of inventory. Otherwise, we can't commit our product deliveries to our customers. And going forward, I think this is going to remain like this only. It is not that in next 3 months or 6 months, to normalize this will take 1 year time minimum. Until that time, I think we have to find within this our own way of most cost effective working. The local people are really, I think, need to be encouraged, I must say. And by doing so, as I said, we got examples, and they could develop cheaper results of the polymer which we have been buying of equivalent quality, not an issue. So I think keeping that in mind, I must say that some of the views coming out are excellent, and all of us are facing the same thing. And my submission is that we must encourage the local industry. They are fully capable. Only you have to take them along with you, make them as your partner, and don't tell them that that if later on we will go back to China or maybe go back to somebody else, I think let us support our domestic people. They can do a wonderful job. So that's what I thought I will mention.
Very right. I think your actions are almost matching to Mr. Gurdeep Singh also. I mean, both have worked on similar lines. There is a domestic supplier development probably and encouragement and motivation for them, so that and also you kept some higher inventories for certain SKUs and also that you can respond to the market very fast. So that's great. I mean, moving to our uh, next question. In question means there is a see all these in any typical FMCG company like us also, we have got a large customer base. We have got almost 15,000 wholesale stockists. We have got 30 depots. We have 45 50 factories. So there is a very big network, and as such, and this network will in the always the network is something which is through is the link through which the material and information is flowing to the customer. It can be through the link like plant to RDC to depots to the wholesale stockists to retailers. And in this whole chain, there are limited network which is available, limited resources which are available. It can be RMPM also, it can be any other assets or resources or manual interventions. So this is, there are a lot of dependencies which are coming on the networking. Okay. So I would like to take this question to Mr. Gurdeep. If there are certain limitations to resource to the networks or some sort of, if you want to optimize the limited availability of the network, then how what are your views and how what we try to do that to optimize it basically?
Okay, so Mandar, I touched upon it a little bit in my earlier points also. I think, as I mentioned, while earlier it was more of cost and we had narrowed down. So there are, let me divide this problem into two parts. One is where the supply itself is restricted. There is a proprietary item. There is only one vendor. So there is a magic wand which you have right now. Except for over a period of time, keep your R&D efforts on so that you develop alternates. For example, in our case, the one of the chemicals is a very specialized chemical, which is being developed by University of Texas for us, especially so that more oil can be recovered from our Mother Earth where we are producing. Now, as a while one is a learning from the COVID, but otherwise also the plan was that we should, it is a proprietary item by University of Texas, but it should not become a proprietary process as such, manufacturing that they offload it only to one party because they have tie-ups with a lot of manufacturing units across the globe also. So the whole contracting philosophy with the University of Texas right from day one, which started almost a year back, was that while they can retain the product patent with them, but the process patent, they will allow us to get to multiple parties. So that was a type of contracting strategy where the product might be patented, but at least the manufacturing part you can take care of so that you can develop competitors over a period of time. So that is one way how you try to optimize or try to de-risk your supply chain as such. But if you already have, somebody has a patent, somebody has a proprietary equipment, and you're married to that equipment for a lifelong, I think it becomes more of a strategic relationship with that vendor. That what are your alternate sources? Where is the inventory lying across the globe? Do you have some alternate stocks available? And all that stuff. So there, the relationships play more than your negotiation power or anything else. So with your strategic vendors, it is more of your relationship which comes to picture in such pandemic situations. Now coming to the second part of the problem, where you, because of the cost pressures or whatever strategy you had pre-COVID period, you were restricting your supply chain to only a few parties, as I mentioned, maybe only coming from China or maybe some other low-cost country. I think there, what we again tried to do immediately was building your stocks and then start immediately looking out for partners who had approached us in the past from India, even if they're asking for a higher cost. Can we, as Mr. Bajaj also mentioned, it was more of making sure that we try them out in this time. If they come out well, irrespective of the cost right now, let us try them out. And if they come out well, then let us discuss on the long-term commercial commitments if we can make and make their economies of scale viable for them as well as for us. Those were two things, but the other piece which we did, especially with our critical supplies, critical chemicals or critical supplies, was that we started getting down to the vendor supply chain also, okay, level. Earlier, we used to do that only with our top 5 or 6 supply items, which are critical, core critical items for us. But then, as Devdutt also gave a very beautiful example, and I would like to pick that up, and the cost, the one chemical which he referred, which was very critical for the petrochemical products, it would have costed hardly 5% of the overall cost. So in a normal scenario, in a pre-COVID scenario, as a procurement guy, that would have fared pretty low on my priority from a focus standpoint. Okay. But as soon as you get into the post-COVID era, that becomes your bread and butter, literally, isn't it? So there, the whole strategy which we have looked at is, let us identify those critical items which are core to our production, which can stop our production if we don't take care of them. And look at not just the first level of supply chain, but even maybe 2 or 3 levels down. So we hired Accenture for a short duration of time to help us build that visibility. And now in some areas, we've been able to start tracking the supplier supply chain also. Okay, what are the disruptions happening? Where are they facing a challenge? Working with suppliers also to give us those indications quickly so that we can respond. So I think these are some of the common strategy. I think most of us would have already done that, but these are some of the things which you could do with your restricted supply network. Okay, trying to find out alternates, and over a period of time develop something which is closer to your place or closer from a de-risking standpoint, geographically de-risking standpoint.
So you basically touched upon 2-3 important point. Is that basically relationship management with the vendor has to be very good.
Yes.
Otherwise, in disruptive case, only business thing doesn't come into negotiation, doesn't help you. But then it's a relationship. Yes. So that is one important point you said. Then secondly, about the critical items, you said you took the help of the consulting agencies like Accenture and the vendors, their expertise from the vendors, probably they can help you more in that case, basically. So that is because they have got their more outlook and they have got market connection of, and they have the cross industry experiences also.
Yes.
Good. That is well said, sir. Next, one thing is that with this now you said about the limited resources, how to optimize the network and all. All these things will also require some sort of innovation and technology to be. That innovations and technologies will always help you to make optimize this network. So again, I would like to it's like a smart working way. Okay, so these innovations and technologies, how it can basically help us in case of to help us in such kind of scenarios. Like for example, in Pidilite, if you see, we are going for some digitizing part. So we have used this particular 6 to 8 months that we are going for the say TMS system, some sort of WMS systems. We have got one portal called Hamari Unnati where customers can log in and they can see their order status online. So whether if my stock is available, they can see whether the stock is available and what is the expected of delivery they are going to get. Or if the stock is not available, they can even that also they can see on this in the system what is the status of their order. So this is what small innovations we try to do it. So in your case, I would again ask Mr. Gurpreet to you only this question. How do you innovate in your companies and all? How you take this level to this?
So I think from Mandar, digitization has been a buzzword for quite some time. I think we've been talking about AI, ML, blockchain, and all that stuff for quite a few years, and even I have tried reading about it. We tried looking out for applied cases also. To be honest, a year back, we could see very limited adoption, while people were encouraged or people were talking about these technologies. But I think post-COVID and this disruption, when people, the human resource availability, one, because a lot of people got sick and all that stuff. Then the second part is people working from home. I think a lot of that case has pushed the manual effort to digitization. So, for example, you now see government moving on to e-invoicing. Okay, while it is a GST linked thing, but over a period of time that got super fast on a super fast track basis. Earlier, all our from an oil and gas standpoint, we deal lot with customs and the DGH. All the documents were on as a hard copy, physically signed. Now all that digitization has happened. So everything is now getting digitized. Now what it means is that you start getting data. Okay, and that's where I think in the earlier panel discussion also people talked about the supply chain towers. Okay, so again within supply chain towers there are there is an evolution. So one is a supply chain tower where you just see the data and then you take your decisions. But now with that whole gamut of data which is coming up, I think now the focus more especially within Vedanta is how do you build intelligence out of that data. Okay, so that artificial intelligence or that ML piece is getting more focused upon, one, because of limited resources. Second, the focus on cost so that you optimize your transactional work, which was taking much longer as well as you needed more people. So how do we digitize that? So there is an innovation, I would say, जो मजबूरी है वो माँ होती है innovation की. So that is what we are seeing in a lot of cases. So on the digitization phase, lot more focus on intelligence, lot more focus on RPA implementation, automation of the transactional processes has driven the scene. On the physical supply chain side, I would like to give one example. I talked about a chemical earlier, polymer, which we buy. That is a enhanced oil recovery technique for us. And Kane, as such, at Rajasthan, is the single largest polymer flooding facility across the globe, where we pump in almost 200 metric ton of polymer into the Mother Earth to get more oil, which is residual, so as to build the self-efficiency or reduce dependency on the imported oil. So we were talking about developing Indian vendors in the past, but as I mentioned, post-COVID, it has taken a much more precedence. But what it also meant was we tried to reach out, we redid our efforts to reach out to global vendors again. Okay, in the month of April, May, June, we read out to all the vendors who could make a small quantity or a large quantity of polymer, and we try to understand what are the innovations they are trying to do. So we were lucky enough to find that there is a party who has a smaller manufacturing unit, which is a portable unit. Okay, while we are procuring and having a dedicated facility at China, people are supplying, but here comes a supplier who has innovated where he can bring in smaller manufacturing or mixing units right at our plant, outside our plant. Okay, and he will, then they are working at a level where they can supply us along with the supply chain of raw materials, mix that and supply to us then and there. So it our supply chain time of literally 75 days, which is currently from the order level. Once we place an order on a vendor, it takes 75 days for that polymer shipment to come at our plant, will cut down that whole supply chain to not more than 14 to 15 days, including the raw material orders for that
This
vendor.
product differentiation is happening at the near to your door.
Yes,
I mean,
yes, exactly.
product is coming and you are mixing it. I mean, you are making it some mixing or something, and probably
Yes.
you can you are generating a different SKU.
And Mandar, what we also figured out, just for the benefit of everyone, this is the polymer which I'm talking about is a powder form which comes from various locations currently. and we mix it with water and we take it to a particular viscosity level and then pump it into the earth so that it can push the oil out. Otherwise, normally the water comes out, the oil still remains within the earth. So this solution, what we got, or what we figured out, uh, they were supplying the mixed polymer itself. They were supplying the final product which we wanted to pump in. So our plant itself is not required in that case. Okay, we don't need a separate mixing facility. This guy can come in and do that at our doorstep as a final output. So those are, I thought I'll share this example, which is that majburi hai, to we are trying to figure out. It is not an innovation which we did internally, but we try to look at something which can be replicated across. And now we are working with this vendor very closely to see how we can make this a reality within the next 5 to 6 months at our plant, so that we reduce our dependency lead times and work closely on self-dependency rather than depending on just China.
Right. So thank you, Gurpreet. You touched upon
Mr. Mandar, if you give me 30 seconds, I just want to mention
Sure.
Again, that clue from Mr. Kurdeep saying that necessity is the invention, mother of inventions. Again, that hard copy to soft copy. When we are into the high pandemic, that time our people was resisting to accept any documents from the drivers because everybody was skeptical to touch that documents. So the necessity is that how to make the digitizations. We have kept a small copiers, and that copiers we attach it to our SAP. So all the relevant documents are right now, instead of keeping it on a filing it and binding it, we are keeping it in the SAP. At anywhere, any point of time, anybody can see that. And audit problem also getting resolved.
That's
so
great.
These are the small these things what we did as the innovations, and now our things are green logistics. I am seeing no paper actually.
Thank you, Devdatta. Gurdeep, you touched upon e-invoice, ELR, then you touched upon intelligence and SCM tower and artificial intelligence, and obviously you said about the mixing of the differentiation of the SKU at the gate. Next question, it's about a strategy. What kind of what are the strategies basically we can devise or we can take up to be more responsive to the market, and to take our supply chain to the next level. So I would request Amit Arora to give his views on this. What is happening in your industry or your companies, or what needs to be by chemical companies should work so that the supply chain goes to the next level.
Yeah, thanks, Mandar. Good afternoon, viewers and fellow panelists. If we actually think about strategy, we can envision what kind of supply chain at the highest level should be. It should be self-driving, self-maneuvering, and self-correcting, resulting in a seamless fulfillment capability that delivers chemicals or any other goods at the right time, right place, and with right quality. And so far as we are so constrained with resources, it should require minimum manual intervention so that it should get auto-corrected and it should be automated. Digitization is one thing that could unlock the value by driving efficiencies and through cost saving. So customer centricity is another thing that supply chain at the highest level we should focus on. At the highest maturity level, the customer is of prime importance because he's the one who actually pays your salary. He can basically disrespect you by buying or putting his money in some other product or some other company. So he's of prime importance. So what you have to do is at the highest level, you have to improve the customer experience so that he is also a brand ambassador. He is vocal about your product. We should spend time on collaboration with customer as well as our service providers or our suppliers, vendors in all forms, and transporters. So supply chain at the future will will kind of adjust real time to meet the order requirements. So that is one thing that makes it agile. So planning and forecasting challenges, supplier runouts, all of these learnings were part of the COVID times. And I strongly feel that there is a need of IoT, radio, RFIDs, GPS, blockchain, all to get integrated to see a seamless system. Because I think in the last panel also, there was a discussion on a supply chain migrating from a linear supply chain to a network of things. So all the nodes should add value. So value add is one thing that is very essential for a supply chain. And as we see end to end, I think a control tower is one thing that can enable the entire monitoring of all the operation parameters, as well as see like the entire strategy of supply chain design get implemented. Strongly feel that when there are inventory levels which actually drop at below thresholds, the system should trigger. It should not be manual. System should trigger the order fulfillment process, and the analytics should perform that fulfillment should be done with the flexibility of the best supplier, best combination of price, quality, and delivery. And AI should be the one who should give you the best option depending on predefined business preferences. So, as a strategy, you have to find the business something you want to.
There is a disruption in the voice. Not able to hear properly.
A
So
lot
the
of
only
distortion.
question is that we have to choose the best option based on predefined business preferences, which is best cost and delivery to the customer. So it should be a product and service of delight.
Right. So right, Amit, you touched upon basically the need of digitization, which will drive the efficiencies and lower, it will lead to CSIs, like cost saving initiatives. You touched upon, you said about customer centricity and experience by the customers and the customer collaboration, which all these three factors will take the organization to be agile, in terms of responsiveness. Then we need IoT, RFID, and system triggers rather than any manual interventions. So these are the really good points of the strategies which companies can do. I would like to hear from Ankur now. About the same. What kind of strategies they are looking after?
Yeah, Mandar, I think Amit has touched upon some of the good points. For a large organization like ours, who doesn't have enough large amount of SKUs, but bulk production and the high volumes, we felt the need to just reorganize whole supply chain. And when we are saying reorganize, it means we went by small stuff. We had a huge supply chain team, and we started analyzing how many of them, how much activity which we are handling are DIY, do it yourself, or you can outsource it. We have also explored that can we outsource the part of our import procurement of the coal and other heavy duty items. We explored the 4PL. Now these are the things were new to us because we were used to operate in a certain way. So the first thing would be evaluate critically between what you want to do it by yourself and what you can outsource at a cost effective way. Gurdeep can understand for a large organization, having too many people, sometimes the cost doesn't get factored in. But it's the process which is not automated enough, which pinch you in a much bigger way. Secondly, which we have looked at is go for the tools which you're using, use it better. For example, you have been using reverse auctioning for a long time. Now, most of us do it for the critical item. Why don't you do it for category 2, category 3 item, which are not critical? But in COVID, everything become critical because suddenly the lead time has gone up significantly. Third thing which we have looked at is the demand planning. Now, there are so many softwares and tools are available where your demand planning activity can be real time. Now, one aspect of the COVID is that you want to have enough storage of your spares, your raw materials, so that you don't have to sacrifice the production. The other part of it, which Gurdeep briefly touched upon, is your receivables are not coming because you're not getting a timely payment. Now you cannot stock up too much. So you have to look at some part of just-in-time management, and that's where the real-time demand planning has become very critical. Now you can see which part of your demand planning you want to activate it. Do you want to do the forecasting automated? Do you want to do whole PR to purchase order activity into automation? That's entirely up to you. But remove the redundancy from the system, something which can be taken care by a machine. Don't clutch onto it. You're going to take a lot more time though, and machine would do it better. Third thing which we have looked at, in a large volume business, transportation is the key, the logistic, especially the domestic logistic. Now, if you recall, because of the COVID, suddenly you don't have enough trucks available, you don't have contract labor available, loading, unloading has become a problem. We have relook at our entire has profile of the product, and we realize that we are moving some material which are non-has through has transportation. But in a day-to-day operation, when you have such a huge plant, you don't look at it. So we started categorizing, do we need it? And suddenly we realized that there are enough trucks available, enough transportation are available, and materials are moving. And thirdly, which we have looked at is started marking our vendors and the logistics supplier into a particular ranking system in order to induce the competition. We bring in new player because if you have a large operation, you don't want to disrupt the supply chain. In that process, what happened, you don't evaluate your vendor fairly sometime because they are keep running to and fro and giving you timely service. You don't realize you can extract more out of there, and they have certain obligation. For example, in chemical industry, they should have they should not have old trucks. They should have a GPS installed. They should have a proper tire installed. And there are so many things which they have to do that. Now, this gave us an opportunity to relook at those things. And mind you, it has increased competition. And suddenly, the moment we added new vendors, we are adding new vendor at almost 15% lower cost. Because the COVID has not only affected us, it has affected our service provider as well. And lastly, which we have tried is to we realize that in COVID times, one of the it is small thing, but getting your label printed. Now it's a big task. I mean, you have almost 3,000, 5,000 zari cans lying in your factory, and getting the label printing is a one tedious task because these are the small printing houses somewhere in Ahmedabad, Baroda, Ankleshwar, and they're shut down. We experimented with 3D printing, and we realized that we started doing almost 20% of our label and MSDS printing on our packaging by ourselves. So you don't, if you are at basic level, don't do rocket science, but start identifying area which you have to automate. You should not automate because the world is automating. You should automate because it should add value to it, and get away with the process which can be done by a machine. It's for your own good. And these are the small basic thing we try to do. We will go to a much advanced stage later, but so far it has been working very well.
Very nice, Ankur. So you said about the evaluation criteria, reverse auction of all the types rather than depending only on a class. Then you said about demand planning, transportation, and apart from all these technological things you talked about in terms of in case of strategy. In just I'll take 1 minute about what we also do in PDLite. In case of strategy, apart from all what you said, basically we try to move more towards the closer to the customers. Like we strategize that we have 32 depots, so we try to close few depots. We try to merge in other because now GST is there, so we merge the depots so that our cost will goes down. Our secondary might go up, but then the rentals will go down. Then we open few depots closer to the customer, and we see that the last mile kilometer radius is reduced to the customer. So currently we had about 500 600 kilometer radius in few cases. So we are opening a warehouse. Some customers in UP were served by the Lucknow warehouse. So what we did that we are opening a new warehouses in small warehouses in Varanasi and Gorakhpur, so that we are going closer to the customer at the same time. We are replenishing them on time basically.
Absolutely.
Then one more thing
I mean,
is that
to add, Mandar, even in our case, we loaned our dealers to have the extra warehouses instead of we storing material in our factory, and that was much more cost effective rather than we occupying our space.
Correct.
There were so many options which one can try to actually get a better plan for.
Secondly, one more strategy we can always think about is that express delivery and reducing the warehouse space. By increasing the inventory turns at the depots, we can using the express transporters like Rivigo and all, So if from Mumbai to Delhi, suppose if he is delivering in say one and a half day, so your inventory at Delhi will get reduced. So you can faster the inventory turns will also give you more important things. And secondly, one more important thing I feel that the like industries can come together and collaborate. For example, chemical industries can come together and they share the warehouses, they share the transportation, your vehicle sizes can go up, they share the load also, the cost will also come down. So this particular top level strategy, I'm not saying chemical and food industry cannot come together, but then chemical and chemical industry both can come together. Two food industries can come together. They can form bigger warehouses, bigger transport vehicles. They can share the load, and 3PL or 4PL can definitely help us in such kind of strategy in strategy making. So it will reduce the cost. Okay, so this is why what we are also thinking on this line.
And
Uh,
Mandar, just to add a
yeah,
few
sure.
1 or 2 points, I'll not take much of your time. I think beautifully you were both have touched beautifully on what changes in strategy. So at Vedanta, what we are trying to do is, as a philosophy, earlier we were largely dependent on road transportation. Now, as a strategy, over the last 2-3 years, we have been moving towards rail. So rail network is becoming much more accessible, as well as government is also trying to push through a lot of changes and reforms in railway. So we are finding that option becoming much more viable because we move a huge amount of metal across. Uh, a small thing which we, as Ankur mentioned, small changes. So with the just a small thing which we did, we import a lot of containers from China. So every container was tasked to be loaded with 20 tons of polymer. So we looked at there is still a possibility of loading 2 to 3 tons more. Okay, so it was a simple thing which came out that why can't we reduce the number of containers itself, while there will be some costs which may go higher, but if we overall look at our handling, transaction handling goes down, and we get more within the same container. Third thing is, we talked about working capital. Working capital has become all the more important. And I think from a procurement angle, I think it will become one of the key deliverables along with the cost reduction over a period of time. So what we have been working with our vendors is on supply chain financing. So wherever we are getting better rates on the supply chain financing, we are offering it to our vendors. Wherever vendors are, partners are getting better rates, so we are collaborating with them to get those things in place so that we can elongate the time of payment as such. So, and the last bit, keeping a tab on your vendor health, financial as well as business health. I think with the COVID piece, a lot of companies, a lot of things are not working out. People are going out of business as such. So putting in a due diligence process for your critical supplies with your vendors, especially on their financial as well as business risk, is becoming all the more important. So these are some of the add-ons to what Ankur mentioned as a strategy, which some companies take up.
Thank you, Gurdeep. I have one question to Mr. Amit. What is about our readiness to the predictive analytics? In our industry and in your industry also in your company. So
Yeah.
predictive analytics is looked after.
Yeah, thanks, Mandar, for touching this. I think predictive analytics is poised to have a consequential impact on the supply chain in all three verticals of strategy, planning, and operations. What it does is essentially it models based on the historical supply chain data to identify the pattern for opportunity and risks within a given set of operations. So, for an example, if an opportunity is getting created, your data itself will throw a kind of a scenario that this is an opportunity getting created. And example, I'll give you for the sales data. When the automobile sale actually started showing decline, so I think the data which was not captured was the retail data. So everybody was taking a look at the dealer data, which was showing good movement, but actually the sales drop started much earlier. So had we had a good look at the retailer data, that would have given us a much better insight and be prepared about how to tweak our production planning. so that higher inventories could not have resulted. So that's just an example. So basically, predictive analytics, it enables the decision makers to anticipate specific future events also. And it also captures the seasonality impact of the sales. So like a lot of businesses which actually revolve around the crops like Rabi and Kharif. So they have a seasonality impact. And lot of businesses revolve around business cycle itself. So there will be a growth phase, there will be kind of a decline phase. All these phases actually came. So this data actually enables you to make a better forecast for weeks and months in advance and plan your inventory and shipments. So operational decisions are proactively taken. Plus, it also captures the supply chain visibility. So with lot more data in hand, and you should know how to get how to interpret that data and take meaningful decisions from that data. So that is very very essential. And data scientists are actually proficient in that. And the same skill is getting embodied by a lot of people in the industry itself. So you are able to have an enhanced visibility into the seasonal demand supply pattern also. The only challenge today that the organizations face is the complexity of connecting the nodes. uh, Earlier it used to be a linear supply chain. Now it's a network of a set of a big network of inputs and outputs with multiple information flows and material flows. So how best we connect the complexity and make it simpler and simplified. The good example could be, I think, as the other panelists mentioned, that use of digitalization is one. Moving from hard copies to soft copy and keeping everything in the system, it gives you a much more visibility. And I think industry is moving in this direction, and we are, I think, getting prepared to adopt this in a big way.
Right. Um, Thank you, Amit. It's a good insights. So one last question I want to ask to three panelists, Mr. Ankur, Devabrata, and Bajaj. But I have got some 5-6 minutes left. So basically, the thing is, currently the disruption is because of the COVID. Suppose if we are very very positive and hopeful that COVID should end as early as possible. Suppose if it ends after 6 months. So currently, what the gap is been generated in terms of capacity or capability. There is a gap now which has been generated in the last 8 months. Suppose if after 6 months everything goes all well, how we are going to ramp up the supply chain to the next level. So I would like to just Ankur, Devabrata, and Devdatta and Bajaj, please give your comments in 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes, 2 minutes each.
I think ramping up will be an additional challenge. To be honest, at one hand, we'll be happy that COVID is gone and suddenly the business will not be as usual. Not because COVID has slowed it down, just because the ramping up going to be quicker than what we have been doing in a normal business course. So suddenly you would be flooded with a lot of action on a supply chain side, be it procurement strategy, be it your raw material storage, be it your order to fulfilling. So I think there is a lot more agility needed when you are out of COVID, because suddenly you have attuned to work in a very makeshift kind of arrangement for the period of 1 year. Now, the moment you are thrown back to the normal situation, you have to get back those flow of supply chain back to the normal. But one thing which I would say, that few things going to stay: the improvement you have made in your order to fulfillment cycle, the optimization you have done in your vendor selection and other areas, the in your cash cycle and the payment cycle, the kind of adjustment you have made, I think they're going to stay because they will bring you benefit over the period of at least 2 to 3 years. So on an ecosystem, they're going to stay. But in terms of operability, there would be a challenge, and therefore companies who have done good amount of work in COVID for IT enabling their supply chain will not face in too much difficulties to handle larger volume when the situation would be normal. So I think still there is a time. I don't see the COVID going to go away like this, at least for next 2 quarters. So I think there is still a window where we can optimize most of our day-to-day operations and see how much of redundancy we can remove. Because as I said, when the normal situation will come, there would be a flooding of the volume which you're going to handle. So it won't be easy at that point of time as well.
Thank you, Ankur. Mr. Devdatta, can you?
Yes, in our cases, as we are into the fertilizer business, our customers as well as our vendors are all, you can say, uh, not very much acquainted with the digitizations. But however, the digitization, as we discussed last 2 pointers, that is the only thing we have to do. So that is why we are bringing up our one of the software we are going to implement, that is ANA plan, for getting the point of sales data, so as all the signals can come immediately to up to the plant and we can take the appropriate decisions. That is number one. Number two is that, again, that vendor base, whatever we have discussed earlier, that organized, semi-organized or not organized, we need to go, we are finding out something, that how we can go for organized vendors who can give us a better services, better signals, and integrate them into our anaplan systems for their payment cycles, etc., so that they are happy and we can serve our customer happily. And third thing, in this forum, I just would like to share that what Amit Arora, last point he has discussed, that digitization and all these things, that we internally or individual organizations have different risk management systems. We are connecting the dots, and the dots are giving us a overall signals for the next possible novel risks. However, as an industry or as a total India basis, we do not have any platforms. If we can make some platforms where we can share, all the industry or organization can share their experiences, how do they achieve their pandemic situation or any other risk, which anyone anywhere can access and get learned out of that. So if as it is sponsored by NASCOM, if NASCOM can provide one platform, and or any other like LinkedIn and etc., where we can learn something, so that we can take the lesson out of that and implement in our organizations.
Thank you, Devdatta. Mr. Bajaj, I would like to hear.
Yeah, thank you. You see, it's very important that one is, as I mentioned in when I spoke earlier, the corona environment, we should presume, is not going to go away for 1 year. Maybe Ankur said in 2 quarters or something, at least 2 quarters, if not the whole year, at least 2 quarters, it is going to remain the same. But the mental state of each and every organization, executives, is changing drastically. What it was 4 months ago, what it was 2 months ago, and what it is today. So we are all getting used to the environment. Not only we are getting used to, our suppliers, our customers, the entire supply chain is getting used to the system. And now we have to understand that for next 1 year, or maybe we'll be with us for 1 year minimum, maybe longer. We have to understand and live with it. And within this, we have to find. So earlier, maybe we were not taking it, we thought it is a matter of few months or few weeks or something. But now it is quite evident that for a longer period of time, we have to be ready. So ramping up is very, very important. And of course, I fully agree, endorse that this digital transformation thing, which is happening all across, not only in our own organization. I see even in a small companies also, everybody is working in a full digital mode, and therefore people are coming back to normal. Too much of ramping up is actually not likely to be necessary, because people will get used to, maybe earlier if they were working just in time kind of thing, maybe a little bit harder than that. That's all will happen and nothing more than that. I think let us prepare a mental state should be normal, that this is how we are going to live with it for next couple of years. And one way it is likely to be good, I can tell you that maybe we are all taking some hit at this point of time. But I think this dip, a small dip, which may come in this year, is actually educating us and making it harder and more competitive and more efficient actually. So I think there are good opportunities available. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bajaj. So basically, to summarize on this point, basically we have indicated that order cycle should be fast, your cash cycle should be very strengthy. There has to be digitization and technological inception should be there. There has to be fast and speed data flow or the signals, as Devdatta said, to the system so that we can respond very fast. As Mr. Gurdeep and Gurdeep said, that there has to be a good relationship management with the vendors. So all these things, and anyway, COVID is not going to go away from next 6 to 8 months. So all these things probably we will have to focus it so that we can sustain with the our responsiveness to the market and customers, so that our sales should not suffer, our growth should be we'll try to keep the growth pace in time. So this is what I am very, very thankful to everyone, like, Gurdeep, Devdatta, Mr. Amit, Ankur, Mr. Bajaj. Thank you very much for all this. Namrata, we have any questions on this right now?
Yes, Mandar, we do have questions from audience also. So the first question from SK Singh, he's asking, what alternatives to China are you developing? How are you ensuring that they are cost competitive?
Okay, so you would like to take Gurdeep or Gurdeep and
Yeah, I can.
yeah, Mr. Bajaj, you can please take it.
Yeah, it depends on the various product, but China has been the manufacturing hub for the entire world. It is like that. Now, India had all the technology available. Only thing is, we were perhaps maybe economy of scale was not available, or maybe our systems and starting from labor or overall systems are not as competitive, dedicated to that economy of scale. So I think that had been the issue, and therefore the domestic costs were on the higher side. But as I mentioned, that if there are some, if you collaborate little better and give them back your supplier as your partner and give him comfort that we are going to remain with you for a longer period of time and we are not going to dump you. So I think they will go all out to do that. And our experience has been, I can tell you, I can give you some number. I don't, there is some compound which we have been importing, which at today's cost is landing, I'd say 225 rupees a kg. But the domestic fellows could develop at 175 to 180 rupee kg, which the fellows were asking 300 rupee earlier. So that means the moment we gave them good volume, they also churned out and they also did some research or something. So I think India has everything. Uh, uh, Technology is available, systems are available. I think only the mindset that earlier they were working with higher profit and low volume, and now I think they are changing over to maybe lesser profit and higher volume. So it is possible to do that, in my opinion. Maybe Gurmeet can add a little better on that.
Yeah. No, I think Bajaj said you touched upon very rightly. It is more of a collaborative effort. It can't be just another tender in the market and you just source for a short duration. You have to invest along with the Indian partners. And what, at least from our standpoint, what we have seen, and that is a push, especially from our chairman, which is that don't ask for a specific product, ask for the end result. What do you want to get out of that product? So if, for example, we put some chemicals to enhance the life of our plant. Okay. Earlier, what we've been doing is these are the specifications of the chemicals. These are the 2 or 3 suppliers globally who make this. Please supply this to us. Okay. Now, what you're trying to do is you're trying to restrict the whole innovative cycle as such. So what the philosophical change which we are bringing and enforcing on ourselves is, rather than asking for a particular chemical, can we bring in partners beyond China also, whom we tell our problem that, okay, this is the issue which we are facing. This is the challenge which our plant is facing. These are the things which we would like to solve for, and let the partner also suggest something new. And we've seen, as I mentioned or gave the earlier innovation example, you will find somebody or the other will come up with a better solution and maybe much more cost effective or efficient from some other standpoint. So that opportunity, I would say, within India, you should try out. That is one. Definitely priority is being given to Indian because of Make in India push as well. And it is something for all of us also to contribute. So that is one. And second is alternate. We've been searching on a lot of market research data that which are the alternate countries where these products are being manufactured or chemicals are being manufactured and supplied. So we have done a lot of research in the last 5-6 months, and we are going reaching out to some of those countries as well. Mandar, you're on mute. I think so. You were speaking something.
Yeah, hope that answers. Namrata, any next question? Hello, Namrata? Can't see questions over here. Hi, Namrata.
Right. There's one question from.
Hello.
I think there's some disturbance in Namrata's line. There's one more question from Bharat Prajapati. How can you optimally set your logistic network for this scenario?
Namrata, your voice is not clear.
Namrata, not able to hear you properly.
Bharat, Mandar, there is one question from Bharat Prajapati. Namrata, you can Namrata, please go on mute. Your voice is not clear. Yeah, Mandar, there is one.
Namrata, you can go on mute. Mr. Gurdeep is taking up. Yeah, Mr. Gurdeep.
Hello. I think Sandeep was mentioning the question. Maybe Sandeep.
There is a question from Bharat Prajapati. How can you optimally set your logistics network for this scenario?
Okay. Hello, what is the question?
How can you optimally set your logistics network for this scenario?
The question is that under COVID scenario, how we can optimize our logistics network?
Yes.
Again,
so I'll just take a small bit, and I think Amit would also be able to add a lot of stuff. I think one of the there is no Ramban as such that okay you can predict and you can optimize your supply chain looking at what has happened in the past 3-4 months, as most of us are mentioning that we are going to come out of the COVID, but even getting out of the COVID will see a lot of different things, because as soon as the vaccine comes, a lot of logistics and supply chain people will be focusing on how to supply those vaccines rather than some of the other stuff. So there will be some bit of a different or unprecedented changes which we anticipate will happen in the next 3-4 months before the COVID scenario stabilizes. But I think what Amit rightly mentioned is this is the right time to digitize your supply chain, build visibility across your supply chain, build some intelligence and lead indicators. For example, what I think Amit himself mentioned that getting data from retail end user sale perspective, getting those type of visibility in your value chain as such, right from your supplier to your end customer. If you get that gamut digitized and build some intelligence around how you analyze that data, I think that will help you survive any of the further shocks, unless and until it is a huge pandemic or a different type of unprecedented scenario. Definitely, God save us. Hope nothing happens as such in near future. But that's something I can add. Digitization.
Even I would like to say, add into it. Basically, we can go with the right norms maintenance at all the network. Basically, there should not be a push type of supply chain. It has to be pull type of supply chain. Whenever the wholesale stockist is selling to retailer or retailer selling is to final consumer, I mean, what is the need at the last selling point has to be replenished. By this way, probably the inventory control will be much more in optimum way. We have in our company, we have introduced TOC, which is theory of constant. It's a full type of supply chain. So whenever we have so much of SKUs, but then we have our inventory norms maintained at the regional distribution centers, depots, and we are also going a step ahead at the customer level now. So we are maintaining the inventory norms at customer level also. So whenever they sell to the retailer, we replenish the inventory from the depot to the customers. Even if two boxes are sold, we bill it from the depot to customer. So whatever needed has to be made available rather than any excessive material can be kept available.
Mandar, I just would like to add one small examples. In our logistics network for cement, Amit is working right now, and for us fertilizers, railway is one of the biggest partner for our logistics network. And railway is generally giving a rate which is equal to 2,600 metric ton we have to send from our plant to some other destinations. The thing is that in COVID scenario, when the demand crunches, we have expressed our need to railways. If they give full rakes, we could not able to consume that full rakes. So can all the cement manufacturers and fertilizer manufacturers as represented to railways, how could they help? Then they have given extraordinary these things that instead of 2,500 a rake, they are giving us a 1,200 metric
तो
ton a rake.
ऑनलाइन है क्या?
Whereas they are running full quantity rake,
Zoom
means
link से है ना?
full rake with half empty, half full to the destinations.
Sponsor link से.
This is one good help railway has given to optimize our demands or to optimize our cost also.
क्योंकि उसका वो नहीं चल रहा था, पता नहीं तू कर पाए थर्ड पैनल.
Sandeep, can you go on mute, please?
Manufacturers, all producers who are taking the help of railways to optimize their cost in terms of firing, in terms of lower maintaining the inventory at destinations. So nice help railway has given.
Right.
Yeah. In one line summary, I would like to say these are the times like we have to jointly initiate specification optimization, process improvements, and value engineering. So that together, along with our suppliers and customers, we are able to mitigate these times because these are challenging times, but also are the opportunities for the organizations and individuals to shine and perform.
Very true. Namrata, is there any more questions?
Mandar, we have questions, but we are out of time.
Okay, right.
Thanks a lot.
So, thank you, Sandeep. Thank you, Gurdeep, Devdatta, Amit, Mr. Bajaj, Ankur, and everyone and all viewers. Thank you very much. Hope you have got some more insights with this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. I am requesting Sandeep to create a platform to share all this kind of good experience to all the industry, which could be a learning book for all of us.
Sure, Devdatta, sure.
Right.
Thanks a lot, leaders. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all.
We had an amazing panel discussion where the leaders of the chemical industry and petrochemical industry shared their views and how they have steered through successfully in these challenging times, and they also suggested the views on the roadmap and strategy for the coming times. I'm sure the audience would have gained a lot of knowledge on this. Now, coming to our last panel, we have very humble leaders on the panel who have given their time and are here. We have got Arvind and how they have steered through successfully in these challenging times, and they also suggested. I think somebody is running the video request to strategy for the coming times. I'm sure.
एक क्वेश्चन भी किया था कि माइग्रेशन मतलब सिचुएशन इज.
Yeah, so we have got very august leaders who are there on the panel. We have got Arvind Nambo from Maersk. We have got Matthew George from Indian Oil. We have got Siddharth Paradkar from Stolt Nielsen, and we have got Praveen Kumar Vijay from Shell, and we have also got Milind Prabhakar from IG Petrochemicals. So a great, a great forum and great speakers on the panel. I request the moderator to take it from here. Thanks a lot.
Hi, thank you, Sandeep. And good evening to everyone in India. Well, it's afternoon for me. I'm joining in from Rotterdam, so it's not as late as for some of you. Let's, so before I get into asking all of you to kind of come in with your opening statements, the topic that we are discussing on is designing resilience into supply chain and logistics, right? And if you take the definition of resilience, it is about the ability to be prepared, to be able to handle the unexpected, manage risks, handle disruptions, and most importantly, I think it's about how well can our logistics and supply chain respond, recover, and revert back to the desirable state. I mean, I won't say normal because today defining normal is very difficult, but a desirable state which we can work with, right? And this all is about knowing the markets, knowing your suppliers, knowing your business, knowing the risks and the significance of them and the likelihood of them. uh, and obviously the one underlining statement is that any one of us, when we design a supply chain or logistics, we design it in hope that it is resilient. And obviously the resilience factor is dependent on how much we know about the risks. It's the typical 2x2 matrix that you can come up with of the known unknown, right? What what you don't know, the unknown that and so on and so forth. And so in light of this kind of context setting, what I would do is start with and in no particular order, but go start with Arvind. Arvind, maybe you could start with an opening statement on this topic and what your views are, and then I'll just go around the panel one by one to each of the other speakers.
Thanks, Ed. Good afternoon to you, and of course, good evening to everyone else. I think you sort of hit the nail on the head. I don't think a day goes by when I haven't opened my email in the morning or a message. Even this morning I had one of the big fours and those reports. It's always something on resilience. And resilient supply chain. And it's interesting because I think after COVID and Corona, maybe the third most Google word would definitely be resilience. In every form. I think in life, right? And all of us sitting at home. And imagine this meeting happened the way it is. So, I guess the forum has also been resilient and has taken the agenda forward in a different format. So, yeah, it's a buzzword. And of course, designing resilience in the chemical supply chain, I'll sort of break that up a bit. What is really the chemical supply chain, really? And very simply put, I would say, they say, statistics say what 97% of all goods traded have some sort of exposure to chemicals, between 1 chemicals to 7, 8 chemicals. These are numbers, okay? And consultants will give out numbers. But that just reflects the fact that it's really, very simply put, the supply chain behind every supply chain, right? And hence, if there's disruption here, there is disruption almost everywhere. And so it contributes almost, $5.5 trillion to the global GDP. So you can understand the impact that disruption will have on us. And when I look at what is resilience, like I think you picked on a very interesting way to start. I would say maybe very, very simply put, really visibility into into the unknown, really, so that you can make more informed and more superior decisions, right? But if you push that a little bit ahead. So what kind of decisions, right? You want to, when disruption comes and hits you, when the shock comes, what you would typically look at, shifting your distribution network. You would look at shifting your supply chain, your manufacturing network, your supply network. So how does one have the agility and the speed at which you react and respond? And hopefully, of course, Corona was one of its kind, and hopefully it will be one of its kind. but trying to be more proactive or predictive rather than reactive. Really, that's really, I would say, on the resilience front. So, we've been invited at Maersk. Chemicals is a very, very key focus vertical for us. So we've actually worked very extensively over the last couple of years. I would not say just only this year. In fact, a lot of, at least the forward-thinking companies have really taken on this agenda, not now, but maybe in the last 2-3 years already. And and that only proves it that chemicals is for chemicals, sort of breakdowns and disruptions are common. It's COVID is one, of course, but you had a mini COVID, right? You have pre-COVID 2018-19 with the Trump and China trade tensions. That itself was a huge disruption, and we saw a lot of changes coming in there, especially towards the second half of 2019. M&A, right? M&A is the buzzword always has been, and every couple of years you will see, companies moving, integrating, merging, getting acquired or acquiring. So that itself is a disruption also, and you've got to be ready for that. So we've looked at it, and it's sort of look at these the learnings from this, and we've classified into these 5 or 6 pillars, and of course depends on how we look at it, how we go about designing the resilience into the supply chain. I would say always, of course, the first one is really the close introspection of your manufacturing and supply network, really. And we all think we are diversified. We are definitely, but when disruption comes, and when, let's say, just when your customer changes his manufacturing setup, like, and that happened to a lot of us in 2019, and my customer decides to shift his manufacturing setup, am I going to be able to react soon enough, right? You would typically have your supply side clustered up in a few geographies, or in particular geography, and as a result, what happens is while you seem to be diversified, there are intrinsic challenges of that geography which will all come into at one time. So in the name of diversification, we've really created another layer of challenge there. Then, as a second pillar, I would say, the whole question around single sourcing and multi-sourcing, right? Of course, no one really goes for single sourcing, but cost pressures and the cost competitiveness, as we've been talking about it for the last few years, those decisions then drive, the whole push towards that one single cheapest supplier, right? L1. So that whole mad rush for L1, and then he does all your business. You always have an L2 and L3. You have a plan B, plan C. There's such a huge reliance. When you shift actually from 1 to 2, can that guy who hasn't really who hasn't experienced you, can he really service you to the extent that you need to be serviced, to the desired service levels, right? And that doesn't get tested, and that's what has happened again now, in these times, when we've had to go to the next and the next, and we realize that they're just not enough, and they're just not ready enough. Then, of course, and what's the typical response? Buffer, right? And that's the easy word. Let's buffer in some stock, but buffer over buffer over buffer, and then we realize that either you're cost competitive and you're overly resilient, but then you won't be able to sell. So your inventory decisions and the principles driving that, right, typically have been cost and have been working capital driven. But again, if there's a time to change or there's a time to relook at that, I would say change, but rethink. It's now really. Then I would say what the fourth pillar would be really. Actually, I've really seen a huge wave in the last, particularly in the last 18 to 24 months, nearshoring really. And that gives you a sense of control. That gives you a sense of reducing your supply risks. Whether it's a flexible hub, whether it's creating control towers close to the customer. So all of that really helps you. And typically in the chemical supply chain, I mean, of course, there are experts out here. The typical decision would be to set up your manufacturing network close to your feedstock, close to your raw material source. But your distribution network, your demand side needs to be relooked at, and which is why a lot of customers want to get closer to their customers. Literally, you need to hear and breathe and see what is happening, and you need to be able to respond to changes, and not be caught, with your hands up. Really, it's terrible. Number 5, I would say, is visibility for me. And I think we've all stressed on it enough. We've been talking about it for a few years now, and I think in every forum and in every discussion, visibility. But really, visibility and data for the sake of data? No, really, it's visibility for the sake of more informed decision, more more, I would say, actionable insights, and using that data, the visibility that your supply chain data throws back. We don't see enough of that happening. You need to get your your key stakeholders, whether it's a supply chain service provider, whether it's your suppliers, whether it's your customers, bringing all of them. And today technologies are there, right? There's blockchain and others who really that enable you to bring these key stakeholders on one platform. And I'd like to end. I mean, it's a bit of a monologue, and I'm open to questions. But I'd like to end with the last one, I would say, and it's a little provocative, but I would urge everyone to really think on lines of service level agreements. Really, not really what you do, but what's the outcome of that. And it's easy to perform in good times, in normal times, but now, like you said, so that it's a new normal, and disruption is the new normal. I mean, like it or not, I mean, today it's COVID, tomorrow it could be something else. We have to be ready. And the way you respond today as a service provider or as a stakeholder in the supply chain, we then need to, will show how resilient or how strong you will be for the next disruption, right? And that's where we need to look at service level agreements, look at how we perform, and then of course there are various models to that. So really, would like to end with saying that, I mean, I think logistics and supply chain resilience is not a revolution, but an evolution. So let's, I think it's the time, and we're seeing a lot of change. So I'd love to hear from my other, co-panelists also. Thank you.
Thanks, Arvind. Interesting points. And yes, I will come around back to you with a couple of questions from the points that you've raised. But in the meantime, just get in one more of our panelists to get in. And Mr. George, if we could have your opening views and comments on the state, on our topic, and what's your views around it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me over for the discussion also. I come from the petroleum and petrochemical industry, one of the worst hit on so many levels, in the course of the pandemic. One of the problems for us has been changes in the traditional demand, let's say, ratios. For example, we had a certain ratio of demand between gasoline and diesel, and of course, jet kerosene. We had a certain ratio which went into naphtha and onward into petrochemicals. All these ratios have gone for a toss. The traditional pricing philosophies centered around these products have gone for a toss. For example, if some particular end product was linked to kerosene is at an all-time low value at this moment. We've had an interesting scenario in India where gasoline demand is at over 100% on the strength of private transport. Diesel is still much below the normal average, and the bottom has fallen out of jet kerosene. So how do we run a refinery? A refinery runs on certain standard ratios, standard crudes and all, so we find it very difficult to run the refinery. This is one part of the petrochemical trade. Surprisingly, in the petrochemical side, we have such a healthy demand that it is practically unmeetable. Now, if you drill down deep and you analyze what exactly is happening there, you will find out that much of it is due to imports not coming in. And why are imports not coming in? Obviously, supply chain issues. So we hear a lot of the thing about this word supply chain, and I would like to argue that it is not really a chain any longer. It's a very thin silk thread, which is very, very easily busted or broken. So we call it around the entire supply chain imbroglio, we call it a tale of nervousness, surpluses, shortages, and finally mirages. There are several things which don't appear as they truly are, at the end of it. We never expected that we had a warehouse full of material as on the end of July. We had material in the pathways, in the alleyways, in the forklift paths, etc. And by the end of August, we were rationing material. We were at almost zero floor stock. And that is due to the fact that the industry probably recovered much faster than what we ever imagined. We probably failed to see those little signs which were evident in hindsight. As they say, hindsight is 20/20 vision, foresight is myopic. So in hindsight, we feel that yes, there were those signals which we probably did not see. To add to the point regarding this resilience, I think the days of the local supply chain are here, and we have a lot to learn from the airline industry. And I'll lay out a few examples out here. Everybody has heard of the Airbus 380, the largest jet ever built. Today, it's junk. Nobody's operating them. Today, you have these fuel efficient, smaller airliners capable of flying long distances, which are catering to the market, like the 787 Dreamliner and the Airbus 350. Similarly, in the container vessel trade, we are seeing such a similar happening where smaller vessels are catering to more local, regional, I would say, supply chains. Uh, we've heard a lot about this control tower approach in today's discussions. Again, that is born out of the aviation industry. It's nothing new. It's something which they have been adopting as part of their core, what should I say, operating philosophy. Now, we saw them cope with the demand fall in the passenger traffic by switching over to carry cargo and so on and so forth. But to come back to my point, the days of the long lead supply chain are at best doubtful. The days of the single supplier were already over, and it's been further kind of underlined now that look, there will be no more single supply chain. There will be multiple suppliers. In the petrochemical industry, we can make petchems on 2-3 routes. One is you can crack naphtha, you can crack gas, you can go from the refinery catalytic cracking unit and make propylene from there. So nowadays, the buyers are even looking at diversifying on the routes. They'll buy from one supplier who's a naphtha cracker. They'll buy from one supplier who's a gas cracker. They'll buy from one supplier from FCC, just to ensure that no feedstock crisis hits them, when they are least expecting that. We heard a lot about digitalization. It's an idea whose time had come much before. The good thing is this particular pandemic has accelerated that. We can say that the COVID-19 pandemic and the accompanying recession, etc., were complete blows out of the blue. But 2020 was already expected to be a challenge in the logistics industry. You had these trade wars, you had the post-Brexit economy in the Eurozone, increasing focus on sustainability and environmental consciousness, which has been on the cards all this time, especially centered around the MARPOL regulations around shipping, which completely altered the fuel model for ships. And while none of these really took the world by surprise, our pandemic did. But in a way, the supply chain engineers were in a kind of way prepared to review and re-engineer their operating models. We already had major consolidation in the container industry. Again, very similar to the airline alliances like SkyTeam and One World and so on and so forth. You had 3 major container alliances coming out, which reduced a large number of unprofitable voyages. So we had some good things happening for us quite before the pandemic came. Then the pandemic happened. I would be very, very optimistic. I'd like to view this as a kind of a wake-up call, or let's say a diversionary path which will guide us in the right direction for the future. And I would like to view this entire thing very, very optimistically. Finally, I must say that the container industry, I want to speak a little bit about the container industry. The success this year has been pretty high. The freights have been good. The movements have been optimal. Yes, there have been issues around container movement, yes, but the industry has been successful. So I would say that good times are ahead in logistics once the recovery happens, especially in our sector, which is the petroleum and petchems sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, yes, COVID is a very unique situation. I mean, usually any kind of supply chain, you build backups, right? And or a BCP or whatever you have, there's always an alternative solution location that you have. And in this particular scenario, obviously that was not there. So I mean, there was not an alternate literally because the whole world kind of shut down for a little bit, causing a lot of disruptions. I'll come back to that with a few more questions to all of you. But at this time, I'll just invite Milind in. And Milind, if we could have your opening remarks and your views on the topic. Milind, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah, good evening all. Yeah, good to be here and having all your opinions and views about the subject. So basically, this year is a totally different year. The people have tried what they have not tried so far. Maybe it's a personal life or maybe it's a professional life. So many experiments are going with respect to the supply chain part, like, be it procurement strategies, be it logistics activities, be it inventory control and all other ratios with respect to working capital and all. But it's each and every one who is facing this kind of challenges is thinking out of box and to survive, how best we can survive and uh, be be through with this kind of difficult situation. So as far as the industries where I'm working from or where I'm coming from is IG Petrochemical is like we are manufacturing phthalic anhydride. It's a kind of commodity chemical, and we are having customers in plasticizer as well as paint industries and resin manufacturers. So earlier we had some challenges with respect to the transportation, changes in demand supply pattern, inventories, and getting the sourcing which has been imported and all. So actually, as I said, entire team has thought out of box and to come out from this particular situation, how to address it in different views and how to make it whatever this opportunities that you turn this particular situation into the opportunity. So overall, so many challenges are there with respect to the transportation industries. Earlier, we face when we have start up our activities early in April or so. Then gradually, people get acquainted with or trained with respect to the how to live with this kind of virus and difficult, challenging situations and all. So things are gradually improved with respect to even sourcing part also. A lot of import material is being procured or even local vendors which are facing difficulties because of the lockdown and all. Even we forced to find out some different way of procuring it using digital platforms and getting connected to different media to get the material in the required time for the process industry and all. So that is what it's a kind of opportunity, I would say, where people have learned a lot. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yes, demand supply patterns have changed
Yeah.
quite a bit in this year. And I think one example which I always like to throw in is, in Europe when the pandemic set in and we went in lockdown, the first thing that went out of the shelves in the supermarkets here were toilet paper. Right. And it just went out and it went out of supply. And I was speaking to a supplier of toilet paper. And I said, how the hell do you guys run out of this? I mean, why didn't you have stocks? And he said, you know what, during that period, majority of the demand used to go into restaurants and offices, and that's where the large bulk of consumption was, while the retail consumption was very small. And because everything shut down, the consumption pattern switched, because people then now were buying and stocking up for their home use, and the packing sizes were different, the minimum quantity requirements were different, and the warehouses were not ready to do that switch immediately. So yes, it's and during this process, people have then tried things and done things differently. It's been a year of experiment, like you said, Milind. And last but not the least, I'd like to get Praveen in. Praveen, if we could have your opening remarks, and then get around to asking some questions and getting to a nice, healthy discussion.
Okay, thanks, Siddharth. And I would like to first thanks the Eldon, which has invited us for this session. And I'm glad to be here. and along with you, all the panelist members. So I would like to share my thoughts in three perspectives. Primarily, I'll talk about what is the genesis of this resilience which is being picked up right now, what in supply chain we collectively do, and what could be the model for the resilience, and which I define as my resilience pillars. And this is not going to be different because, as individually what we develop as a resilience and what resilience is being developed in the organization, it is something similar. So I would like to narrate that when on 24th of March, the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, declared that at 8 p.m. he came on the TV and declared that from the midnight there will be a lockdown for 21 days. The country was taken by surprise, though it was done for a very right thing to contain the spread of the coronavirus in the country. And definitely it was a very powerful, bold, and I would say a timely decision, which really helped us to contain the spread of virus and save many lives of the people. But I want to question that, were we prepared as a supply chain? Were we ready to respond or to react or to adapt to that situation? I think at that moment of time, the most important thing for all of us individually was to take care of your own self, take care of your safety of your loved ones. And as Siddharth, you said, also gather the essential supplies for our day-to-day life so that we are, and you picked up an example of toilet paper, which is a very straightforward demand, but suddenly it picked up and it resulted into a panic buying. And the last thing which was there in everybody's mind was anxiety and the uncertainty of the future, that what will happen, because most of us have never witnessed what this lockdown is. And that could be the genesis. I would say that it triggered, oh, this is something. Do we have the resilience? Do we have the robustness of the supply chain? And what we do collectively in supply chain is primarily, we produce goods with the least amount of materials. We produced using the very least amount of resources. We produce what is needed and distribute it wherever it is needed in a very efficient way. And we try to do it in a much better way. And I would say the supply chain is most needed in the current times, in the pandemic times or complex emergencies, because your supplies of food, water, clothing, medicine, shelter, these are the most essential things. If we do not have these, I think life will come to an halt. And we as a supply chain professionals, what do we contribute? I don't think it is just cutting cost, but we are the people who generate or make the organization more profitable, and we cut the waste, and we also make sure that we make great products or services as desired by the company. If I take an example, the organizations which may be thinking that a supply chain professional only cut the cost, then I think we are not achieving, and it is hurting the organization the most. Because if I say a model, what is the model? Your profits are revenue minus cost. How do I save cost? I do not produce anything. I do not buy an inventory. I do not supply. So do we get the profits? No, because there's nothing. And that's the thing which will hurt the organization. Whereas the supply chain team, which understand the cost, which understand the quality, which understand the delivery, and we understand the speed and flexibility, are the ones which are going to survive and which are going to thrive. And that's where I would say we as a supply chain professional contribute to making to the great products. We align to the customer needs, because you can make only great products when you are aligned to the customer needs. And you also contribute by cutting cost, because you have to eliminate the waste, you have to eliminate unnecessary processes. And an example of Tim Wood, which I would say we definitely work on that. So this is where the supply chain professional contribute and make an organization very healthy and very profitable. Now coming to the third thing, and which is the topic of the day, that how do we design? What is resilience? In my view, resilience is nothing but coping to thriving. How do we prepare? How do we act today so that we are ready for tomorrow? You cannot stop the rain from falling, but what you can do is to ensure that your roof holes in the roof are hold up so that there is no rain falling inside. and the resilience which gets built, because it is not only about that how prepared we are for the future, but it is at the same time, it also provides an opportunity for individuals and for the organization to grow and thrive. And if I say that what could be the right model and what could be the pillars of resilience, I would say the first thing for me is important thing is adaptability. Do we have the adaptability in the supply chain? And when I say adaptability, are we only building the productivity, the efficiency, and the effectiveness? Or do we have the challenge to make a different product mix? Right now, if you see the organizations which have thrived are the ones who have been able to quickly adopt and change their product mix. Some of the paint manufacturing company are producing, I would say, sanitizers, which are in big demand. Some of the clothing companies are making masks, which is again in a big demand. And some of the automobile companies have been able to produce ventilators, which are again in big demand. So they've been able to adapt to the need and they have been able to change their product mix. Another thing which I would like to say is that are we only looking at, how can I move my product from 20-foot container in a logistics to 40-foot container? Is that the only objective? Is that the only adaptability? From my perspective, I would say adaptability will be how quickly I'm able to switch my transportation needs from road to rail to sea to air or a multimodal, because that's where the adaptability comes. And that's where I would say, yes, those organizations who have been able to adopt, that's are there. So adaptability is definitely a first important resilience pillar for an organization. The second thing which I would like to say is about people readiness, because people are the strength of the organization. They are the backbone of the organization. Without people, you cannot do anything. So are our people trained? Are our people supply chain professional only think with the mindset of lead times, inventory, productivity, end-to-end cycle time, OTIF? Are these the only things which we talk about? Or do we have the ability of a learner mindset, of a growth mindset, where we can say, yes, my people, my team also understand the language of leadership. They also have the behavior to adopt. They are not with a fixed or rigid mindset. They also have a potential to collaborate, rather than being a very fixed, very rigid. How can we adopt? How can we collaborate with an external people, with the internal people? And I would like to say is not about react, but how do they respond to the situations? How do we orchestrate? When I say orchestra, it's like a symphony star who just generally balances everything so that everything runs in a synchronization. There is no sinusoidal, like something is going up, something is going down, but we need a very balanced approach. And one thing which is very important for the people, do the organizations have a distributed power? Which means a person sitting in a remote area where there is no connectivity, there is no there is no internet, are they able to take a decision on the spot to make a difference? Because I should not be talking to the central office every time, because I may not be connected, but at the times of crisis, am I able to take those decisions? So is the people on the ground empowered? The front line is empowered to take those decisions? And have we created that kind of culture, that kind of behavior in the organization? So this is the second thing which I want to say. The third appetite is very important, is about the risk. How much risk capacity does the organization have? Whether they are able to take the risk and the perspective is ready. We all would have heard that organization do the safety drill, the fire drill, but have we heard that organizations conduct the mock drill to handle these kind of pandemic? Have we heard about the organization which conduct the mock drills to take care of the terrorist attack, to take care of some of these natural calamities? How prepared we are? Do we have the test the supply chain, right from sourcing to manufacturing to the distribution? What kind of test and what kind of preparedness we have? Do we have the plan B? Like I heard some of our panelists said that the single source is no more there. I appreciate that it is no more there. But then have we have the plan B, with the right set of governance structure, with the right set of operating models, and with right set of empowerment. Those things are there. And does the organization have the risk-taking ability? And do we have the alignment of the structures to the strategy? Do we know the purpose? Do we know the connect to the mission and the vision of the organization? So that's the third thing which I would say. And the fourth thing which I would say is about digitalization and automation, which is the in thing. I think everyone is talking about that. How prepared we are in the current scenario. When we are talking about pandemic, we are talking about the spread of the coronavirus. The organizations who have already adopted the robotics, they have the robots on their plants, they have the robots to run their warehouses. They are not concerned because they know that at a click of a button, the robots will perform their responsibility. We will continue to have the manufacturing done, we will continue to have the distribution done, because we have the robots to take care, whether it's robots or we have the bots to take care. How effectively we are using IoT, because in certain organizations, they have maximized the use of IoT. In some of the healthcare industry, they have maximized the uses of Internet of Things, how the things are connected. Do we use the blockchain? Because shipping industry has definitely embarked on this journey where they have used the blockchain to a large extent. The diamond industry, they have used the blockchain. So the organizations which have already adopted to the digitalization, the organization which has already adopted to the automation, I think they are the organization. They don't have to cope, rather they will take an advantage of this, and they will thrive in the current industry and the current pandemic. In my view, what I would say, that resilience, designing the resilience of the supply chain is also offers a plenty of opportunity. The organizations which are already prepared, or the organizations which are ready today, because they know that what the future is going to be, and the situation which we are facing currently, obviously this will not be there forever, but the changes and the transformations which have already been made, whether in terms of the people, whether in terms of the organizations, are going to stay forever, because we have taken a leap ahead in terms of the digitalization. What we could have achieved in the next 10 years, we have definitely achieved in the last 6 months. So that's where something. And the organization and the supply chain which have got these built-in resilience, they not only have a higher inventory turnover, they not only have a reduced shorter lead times, but they also generate more revenue for the organization. So in the end, I would say that we should all pick up a lot of learnings from the environment we are in. And it is like, if we are able to prepare during the peace time, we are ready to ahead to face the tough times going ahead. So that's what I would like to share. Thank you very much.
Been interesting. I think the one big takeaway I got is scoping to thrive, and I think that's quite a statement. Arvind, I would like to come to you. Obviously, Praveen mentioned a couple of things around adaptability and being fast, and you talked about plan B, plan C, and obviously about nearshoring and but the thing is, usually when disruption comes in, right, there is, I mean, obviously there's always a known aspect about a disruption, because if we take the China US trade war, you had an alternative. You said, okay, I can't buy from China, let me look at another sourcing point. Or if a flood comes in somewhere, you always have a second alternative. Now the pandemic was obviously something which swept the whole world in one kind of brush, where everything came to a standstill. Now, as Maersk being one of the leading service providers who obviously work with a lot of companies around ensuring that supply chains deliver what they're supposed to deliver, are you seeing any changes in conversations with your clients, or how you guys are looking at doing things differently for building resilience?
Yeah, actually, a lot of changes. And like I say, I think some of the forward-thinking companies really were embarking on the journey of digitization, and in the last 2 years, I would say more. But given this little push, of course, you've heard it, right? And each of my esteemed panelists, and you've also mentioned it, right? And we hear it so much. And I was hearing a little bit on the previous panel. Everyone's talking the digital language, right? There is no option, right? So it's not about replacing a human, but it's about the human being able to take a more informed decision with the same data points. A supply chain network, I mean, why a supply chain network? I take this agenda very strongly even within Mars. I said there's so much of data we sit on. There's so much we can do if we were to apply. And we've actually done that internally before we've done that externally, right? So which is why we didn't, in the last 10 months, we've not had a single day of sort of stop work or disruption. It's actually been business as normal. And of course, I mean, there for various reasons, we're reporting fabulous numbers. But that being that apart, to answer your question, yeah, digitalization is definitely there. The other trend, of course, is the nearshoring. We have set up flexible hubs around the world. In key locations, whether it's a Colombo, whether it's Jebel Ali, TPP, and there are a bunch of them in the world. They were earlier used to slow down, the movement. Just for a decision on where to sell. Now they're being used to come closer to customers. So the same solution is being adapted, and like some people mentioned that it's about adaptability and adapting to the change, right? So we've looked at of course control towers, definitely. I mean and localized control towers. First you would do with one global control tower, but then that sort of defies the entire principle that we're really talking about, to decentralize and to come closer to customers. So really, localized control towers, creating these, multi-purpose flexible hubs, where you can sort of, delay the decision of, where and how you want to sell, and, being able to, you use the market trends and, supply demand changes. So that's there. And of course, overall journey, I mean, blockchain has been, in the last 1 year has really, really picked up. And of course, our platform, we've been talking to all the leading petrochemical companies, and great amount of interest, to reduce paperwork, to bring more visibility. And the point I made earlier, to bring all the key stakeholders on one platform, one version of the truth, really. Otherwise, you can just keep going on in circles. And that's really been the theme for us in the last year at least.
So just picking up on the digitization trend, and Mr. George, you mentioned, and IOCL obviously has been in India for such a long time, and you guys are entrenched into the whole fabric of India, whether it be LPG distribution, the touch points, petrol pumps that you have. How do you see, digitization being put into play with IOCL, with all the data that you have in supporting your supply chain? I mean, I know Zymeter is one of the oldest case studies around initial digitization, but what are you guys doing with it?
Well, luckily for us, we were early adopters in this particular regard. And all we had to do was make certain minor tweaks post-pandemic to actually ramp up to where we needed to be. We were lucky in that respect. I won't say it was by design fully, but yes, we were early adopters. We had a complete ERP system which ran right across the country, single instance, one of the largest ERP adoptions in the world. And then we had plugins into that, which involved a customer relationship management system and other vendor management systems, etc. We also had a very strong dealer management system, secondary dealer also management system, and even a tertiary, kind of a reseller management system inbuilt into it. So we are completely digitized as of now. Yes, obviously it can be improved. We probably want our systems talking more to other systems. We already talk to SBI directly. Similarly, with probably our vendors, suppliers, etc., there is a definite case for bringing in interoperability in the systems. And judging from where we are, I would say it is not too difficult from a technology perspective. Our procurement is fairly digitized. Our crude procurement, which is again one of the largest instances of any kind of procurement in the world in terms of value, is also completely digitized. The ship movements for crude oil at least are digitized. Where we can improve, or where we probably need to take a step further, is in the secondary shipping, which is container shipping and chemical shipping, which are obviously far smaller instances. So it's a big part, and I would say that is one thing which has carried us through the pandemic. We knew exactly where the shortages were, we knew where to move product from, we knew how to alter our refinery runs and so on and so forth. And that was entirely because of the optimization suite which we had working for well over now 15 years and upgraded as we go along. So it's been a source of great comfort for us. Let me put it that way.
Right. Milind, just to get you into the conversation, you talked about the demand supply patterns, and obviously the petrochemical industry saw a very weird demand supply pattern, right? Because you had the oleochemical industries just booming and shooting because of sudden demand of sanitizers and cleaning stuff, and others, like lube oils going way down. So what do you see in terms of this learnings coming out of this, r- demand scenario situation changing? Because now we've got the vaccines, almost ready. In Europe, people are already talking about, starting from 12th of December, where vaccinations will start off early. So there's already people talk about, hey, we're going to be back to normal in Easter. So now we're going to see the other kind of a switch of volatility.
So with respect to this, actually, I would say I observed a lot of collaboration or has been happened with respect to supplier-customer relationship. Like earlier, the information was kept as a secret. Now people are sharing a lot of information because what has happened, they want to secure their own interest and they want to be in terms of coming out from this difficult situation. This supplier customer collaboration has happened. They have started sharing the inventory numbers with in case of say third party suppliers and all. They're sharing whatever the inventory have at the depot level, at the factory level and all. So which earlier information was not so much in seamless way. Now it's more or less, it is more transparent. That is what my observation is. And it has people has got a benefit out of it, and with respect to entire supply chain activity.
Right. Uh, and Praveen, coming around to you, when you were talking, you were also talking about how traditionally supply chains were measured, right? With about cost optimization, efficiency, and you had, just in time and OTIFs and these things. Now with this whole changing scenario where people have got used to working in different ways, and obviously now there is a better understanding of, do you see how people measure things changing? How do you see future supply chains being measured, and what do you see as, apart from the traditional measurement matrix, the new metrics that would be looked at, or things that would be different?
I would say that this is an evolution because, and this right now, the pandemic provides an opportunity for making a significant change or the transformation which is happening. So all of a sudden, I won't say that the past parameters or the metrics will suddenly fade away, because I think we all need to make a journey from where we are today, where we want to be today. So there will be a transformation in the way we measure. In the past, I would say supply chains were not too much in terms of uses of digital or automation, and we were majorly focusing that how we can improve, because we were talking about the marginal increment, like, okay, today my efficiency is this, how can I improve? Today my productivity is this, how can I improve? But the days are not far where we will be talking about transformational changes. When we talk about, could have anyone imagined that what kind of competitors we are going to get in the market? The traditional competitors no more may be there. So right now you see the organizations which are very strong e-commerce players who have a very strong supply chain, how they are thriving in the current economy, because they are on top of the digital curve, because they have achieved long back, and they were just waiting for this inflection point to happen where they have just transformed themselves. The organizations which have not been in this space, they are now making a catch up, in the sense they are trying to understand that where we want to transform so that we could also reach to those levels. So I would say that each organization at a different stage of evolution, because journey of each one has started differently. But this pandemic, what has put an acceleration on those changes and those transformation, and you will see that in near future many such organizations will be thriving. The times will not be there. Digital economy, if you talk about India, where we are, where we were, where we are, and where we are going to be in the near future, it's a significant leaps and bounds. So that's where I would say the things are going to shape up in the near future.
Right. No, definitely. I mean, and COVID has been a big accelerator for many things. And I remember in my previous avatar as a consultant, we always used to go to the companies and boards and try to make supply chain a C-suite subject and bring it to the attention of the board. And there used to be quite a lot of resistance and challenges. But I think one thing definitely the pandemic has done is brought in a lot more focus to supply chain, its importance. And as you mentioned, Praveen, that it's no longer just looked at something that saves cost or does an activity, but a very critical link in the whole chain of how things move around. Uh, I think we're just about coming to the end of the session. We've got maybe about 10 minutes left. So I'd like to open the floor for questions from the audience. And if somebody could just help us if there are any questions through that have come in, so the panelists and we could address them. Sandeep?
Yeah, there is one question from PK Garg, and he wants to ask, what are the top technology projects in oil and gas A and in logistics in which you are working on post-COVID scenario?
I mean, oil and gas topic, I'll let Praveen and Mr. George, if you could jump into this, Praveen. The question is digitization projects which are
I
going on
won't
in oil
have
and
any
gas.
names of any oil and gas projects, which I think, as I just mentioned a few minutes back, the organizations are evaluating the landscapes of tomorrow. That what this pandemic or the things which are shaping up how the things are going to work out tomorrow. So it's like uncharted landscapes of tomorrow where we need to work out. So there is nothing list which I have that these are the big projects which I'm working. But yes, every industry is working on that, how we continue to be profitable, how we continue to be relevant, and how do we continue to be connected to the customers, what are the customer demands, and how we are going to shape up the company and the industry for going forward, in the sense that we should be tuned to the customer to meet their requirements. And that's where as an organizations all are moving, and our organization is also moving in that space. That much I would say. Thank you.
I'll jump in on the logistics part, and just as Praveen said, right? I mean, every organization, every company has had a digitization uh, mandate, right? With different agendas and different topics to address, and within the logistics industry as well. And I can say for my own organization in Stolt, we already had a digitization mandate even before COVID came in, and yes, COVID has accelerated that. And the frankly, the aspect is that a lot of the projects which I see when I interact with some of the logistics players, obviously now in terms of uh, digitization platforms for how do you interact with your customers, digitization platforms of how you interact with your vendors, and obviously even in certain cases even building digital platforms internally for your operational activities. So there are a lot of fronts. So it's very difficult to really come out and say which is the one big project in any sector, but it's very much driven by, I think, organizations and what they're striving towards and where they and what maturity level they are in their digitization cycle.
I'd like to add one point over here. Uh, while again not naming any particular project, I would say that in the oil and gas industry, the projects are largely centered around one or two areas. Number one being visibility across the complete chain, and number two being interoperability with the systems of other stakeholders. So you got real-time access to data. And like Siddharth mentioned, we are all sitting on enormous amounts of data, and all the data revolution happened, luckily for us, a few years before. So we've been able to leverage on that. And today we are running those numbers and coming up with very significant insights centered around one aspect: pick up weak signals. Wherever there are signals which are weak, which we may have otherwise missed, the idea is to pick those up. Thanks.
There is one more question from Rupali Gulati, and she wants to know what is one big thing which you have changed in your supply chain or logistics to in this COVID scenario.
Any one of you want to jump into this, Arvind, Milind? I mean, it's quite an open-ended question. So
I'll tell you what I hear from customers, and what we've done, what we've helped customers do. One is, of course, like I said, creating a hub and giving the flexibility to delay the decision of sale, right, and to be able to have stock without it sitting on your balance sheet. So that is one. But on the digitalization also front, I would say an interesting one we did for a customer is to give greater visibility into your detention and demurrage across the globe, right? Sometimes you just don't even know. It's a crazy world. Where there's demand, there's no container. When there's a container, there's no demand, and then the container just sits somewhere and is running up a long, huge bill. And I can see Mr. George smile, but yeah, that is the reality. So we've helped customers even bring sourcing maps. On the screen you can come to know exactly what is lying, and to be able to source whether it's inward or outward, whether it's finished goods or to be able to get a great visibility and to plan last minute changes around that. So these are actual projects we're running and delivering results for customers.
any other questions, Sandeep?
There is one more question in which, the question is, what is the experience of using control towers in the large organizations?
Mr. George.
Yeah, thanks. I think I'll answer that. These were not new in large organizations, number one. They were always there because without a control tower, in fact, without multiple control towers, you have a central one, then you have several regional control towers. Without that, it's practically impossible to run a large setup, especially in the oil industry, which involves running multiple refineries and procuring crude and raw material and things like that. They were always there. So I must say that that's our lifeline. In terms of day-to-day running of our operations, that's indeed our lifeline. And while it may be a new buzzword in the current scenario for slightly smaller organizations, for larger ones, it's been always there. It's absolutely nothing new. And just like I mentioned the aviation industry a while ago, just like you can't function without an ATC, air traffic control, here also big companies cannot function without a control tower. The question is, how much did you integrate the control tower with your electronics and with your operations and with your external stakeholders? That is the question. So that is where the developments have taken place during the pandemic. Thanks.
I'd just like to add there, Mr. George, and I was keen for a user of the service to say that because of course we sell and we develop control towers for companies. And of course, I've seen the benefit live, and it's not a switch on, switch off. It's not that your control tower comes up tomorrow morning and life becomes glorious. No, it's not like that. It's a lot of investment from both sides, and typically the first few months will be a lot of pain. But we have live cases where we've seen humongous transformations. And companies go through major transitions inside, internal transitions of mergers and acquisitions and changing supply chain networks and stuff. And control tower really is a lifeline. And I think, like we say, it's COVID is only an impetus for the smaller ones. I don't think any large chemical supply chain company would really be running without a control tower for sure. But, good, yeah.
There is one last question from Sudhir Seth. That how are you leveraging blockchain for transactional systems, and another thing is financial.
So, from the Maersk point of view, I can give a quick bit, and of course, if there's someone who's already using it, it will be wonderful to hear. We have, of course, our platform, which is in collaboration with IBM, and now we have almost all the leading, container shipping lines on board. We have, several leading ports across the globe, all on board too. Of course, the missing link is to have, customs across the globe also, and great amount of effort on that. But in the interim, of course, we already have e-bill in an electronic BL solution, and at least reducing the timelines, and in several centers of the world also aligning with banks of our customers. So it's like I said, it's an evolution. It's not a perfect solution, but it's about the leading players coming on board one by one, and then of course you have a global ecosystem really run.
I think these all were the questions. Thanks a lot, leaders, for your time, and thank you, Siddharth, from joining from another geography, and thank you, Mr. Matthew, George, Milind, and Arvind. You've got very busy schedule. Praveen, thank you. Thanks a lot. Look forward to see you more.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
sure. Thank you. I'm sure the audience would have benefited from thoughts across logistics and industry, ocean industry, oil and gas, petrochemicals, and it has been a great session. Many thanks for your time and hearing the questions patiently from the audience. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep.
So much.
Thanks, Siddharth. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
हाँ
Open Zoom meeting.
yes
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Okay.
बदलो तुम्हें फोन देना अपना
Pawan, huh? Huh? Hello?
बात करूं ऊपर गया मेरा वीडियो कॉल चल रहा है नंबर दे दो उसका नंबर 9938
Hello everyone, this is Madhu from Schneider Electric.
Hi Madhu, good to have you here.
Hello Devdutta. Is that Sandeep speaking? Hello Sandeep.
Yeah. We were anxiously waiting for you. Yeah, congratulations for getting the Customer Satisfaction Innovation Award, Electrical and Electronics. It's a very big award. You know, the top leaders like you have juried this award. So a big congratulations, a great show by Schneider Electric, and over to you to say a few words.
Sure. Thank you, Sandeep. First of all, I should say it's an honor, to receive an award.
Request you to open your video, please. Request you to open your video, please.
Yeah, I'm trying actually. There is some issue. I say start video, it doesn't work. Let me know if you're able to see. In fact, that's
Okay,
what
no
I was
problem.
playing with actually. Anyway,
No
I've turned
problem.
it on, but I don't know. See, usually Zoom, probably I've not done some installation.
No problem. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, maybe let me quickly introduce myself. So myself, Madhu Hosadurga Rajanna. So I head the complete analytics, which is basically BI plus advanced analytics for global supply chain of Schneider Electric. We are based here in Bangalore with a team of close to 100 plus members in the AI space, cognitive and AI space. This team we started about 2 years back. From the scratch, we built the entire team and then the infrastructure and then the solutions. This particular solution which we had submitted for this award is called Customer Satisfaction Innovation Award. Basically, the application is called Net Satisfaction Score Analytics, right? So if I have to kind of give you a gist of this solution. So earlier, most of our customers were segmented based on the nature of business they are in, which is a market segmentation done by the marketing team. But what we have realized, though they are in a particular segment, their behavior may not be same. What I mean by that is, within a particular market segment, one may value, early lead time versus price. Another may value, high quality versus price. So within sector, you have different types of customers and their behaviors. So what we tried doing, instead of going with the market segment, we went with their feedback in the surveys we do. So basically we segmented them based on their behavior and expectations, right? And then we saw a complete shuffle of the groups. So with this new segmentation, we could tailor our services according to their expectation. And then we could even come up with a dynamic scoring for each of the leading indicators of the ultimate satisfaction score. So if I have to summarize, I think this was a one, statistical correlation analysis. Secondly, scientific segmentation analysis, if you like. And then I think this has really helped us improve the customer satisfaction. I think last quarter, I think last 2 quarters, our satisfactions has gone up by customer satisfaction has gone up by almost 400 basis points, which is a proof that this algorithm is working and really helping us serve better to our customers. So that's pretty much from my side. If any questions, happy to answer.
Amazing, amazing, and I am sure your hard work and effort of you and your team has been judged by the jury, and hence congratulations on a great show, Madhu. Good to have you here, and look forward to see you more. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Hi, this is Sharat Mohanty from Singapore.
Yeah, hi, Sharat.
Oh, hello. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, sir. Good to have you here. Congratulations. I will just bring up your. Yeah, congratulations, Sarath, for getting Digital Supply Chain Finance Leader of the Year, Asia. This is the biggest award in Asia. And, again, we are having a Asia nomination and a winner. Congratulations for the great work, great show, Sarath. Over to you for your few comments.
Thank you very much. I'm honored actually, and it's a good thing to come on your birthday. So,
so your double congratulations.
Yeah, double congratulations. Thank you. Now, I think obviously you would have seen. My name is Sharath Mohanty. I am the global head of client delivery and implementation of entire trade and supply chain finance. Client for both MNC client, commercial banking, SME clients globally. So over the last, when I took up this role, I think as a bank, our digital penetration was less than 5% in the trade. As you would have just heard the previous panelist, trade and supply chain is largely paper-based, play in most of the organization. So it was a challenging task for me, and I can proudly say in the last 3 years, this whole entire digital percentage, has come to close to 50% in a large organization like started from less than 5%, and that would not have been made possible if you didn't work on the DNA change of the organization to believe the digital system integration. As you've seen in a supply chain finance, where we finance our clients, but I think we took a very different challenge to start not only focusing our client, but also focus on client supply chain ecosystem. So which means clients distributor, clients customer, client supplier, clients business partner. So we not only focused on the client, but we also focused on the client's ecosystem. I think that gave us a huge a leverage in terms of growing the supply chain business and also pushing the digital agenda. Obviously, as everyone knows, some of the benefits that you get in a supply chain finance, if you're a large buyer, it's a lot more balance sheet friendly. You extend the credit terms to your suppliers, and it's no longer a loan or an asset in a balance sheet. It's more of and then I think more importantly, those are all the standard things that anyone provide. But to me, the biggest benefit that client gets, or we manage to get it, is a massive change in their process re-engineering. It's like you driving a Porsche car behind a truck. So when we took up this job, and I wanted to make sure that client business process is aligned, so therefore they can maximize the power of digitization. Otherwise, they wouldn't see any benefit on the digitization. So I personally worked very closely with a lot of our big clients. I'm a Six Sigma supply chain process consultant as well, and re-engineer the business process of clients, and then managed to integrate and a transaction which was like for weeks through the multiple papers, going through 13 to 15 handoffs, and becoming a complete straight through processing. I would say very state of the art for a large complex organization. And particularly when you are dealing with the supply chain finance, you have a buyer in one country, multiple entities of the buyer, then you have thousands, hundreds of supplier in about spread across 15, 20 countries. Look at the the compliance jurisdiction, the regulatory requirement, so you name it. The challenges were enormous, and at the focus to push to get the clients into digital platform has paved, has really benefited both the client and the supplier and the bank. So yeah, it's been a
your
good
passion,
journey. Yeah,
your passion is really coming out, and your smile on your face is, backed by the hard work done in Singapore and at Asia level. Congratulations to you, and thanks for your being here. And it's a very big achievement, because I'm again saying it is being juried by the top very big people, very big finance leader of India. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Sandeep.
Thank you, Sarath. Thanks for your time. I move on to the next award, and I will not go by sequence, because okay, now the next award is coming. The next award is for Mr. Matthew George for Marketing Effectiveness Award, Oil and Energy. It goes to Indian Oil Corporation. Congratulations, Mr. Matthew George. And, It has been pleasure to see you around the panel, and definitely a lot of hard work has gone behind this award, and which has been, acknowledged by the jury of this award. Congratulations and great show. Yes, sir. Please, over to you. You have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, the initiative. Basically, we thought of the solution to reduce the environmental impact of transportation. We have multiple plants in different parts of India. So it's a very simple optimization algorithm which enables you to transport based on a whole host of factors like availability, distance, cost, etc., to optimize how our goods are supplied with minimal environmental impact on account of transportation. We are also factoring in multiple transportation modes now, which is a good development post-pandemic, in the sense that we've started coastal shipping, not just truck movement. As you know, India is a truck-based economy, but we need to come out of that. We need to go into more of rail, more of water movement, etc. So we've factored that also into this algorithm. And the whole idea is to save the environment as much as we can, without cost being the only factor there. Thanks once again. Thank you so much.
Great to have Mr. Matthew George here, and congratulations once again to you and your team for doing such a fantastic work in marketing of Indian oil.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have more awards coming up, and I will bring you to the next award. And I can see Arif already on the video. Congratulations, Arif, for winning Lean Warehouse Design of the Year. And it's not easy to get award in this forum, because the top leaders who are on the panel and people like you are jurying these kind of awards. So congratulations, a big show to you and your team. And I think your great work is coming again and again in front of everyone in this country. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Just to say a few words, thanks to the organizers, Inflection, thanks to Eldon, thanks to CMP. In fact, Coin Consulting has been now for the past 15 years involved in some of the most remarkable developments in the area of logistics, logistics park designs, as well as intra-warehouse layout designs for various industry sectors. This award, we nominated, our project that was nominated for this award was for a company called as Clariant Chemicals. It's one of the largest MNCs in the chemical industry. And this warehouse was a very unique warehouse, which we designed, a very large property, which we designed, wherein both raw materials, finished goods, and intermediary products are being warehoused and kept, servicing both the Indian as well as the export market under one single roof. Also connected to the manufacturing facility. So from that point of view, it was extremely an exciting project. A lot of research work, a lot of learning, and obviously it was an extreme pleasure to have worked with the team at the Clariant Chemicals, and which has been, I think, has finally rewarded us as a nice project, and probably we've been able to we've been recognized by the industry as well as Inflection. Thank you very much for your recognition, and we'll keep up the good work.
Yeah, congrats again, Arif. Look forward to see you more. Keep on doing great work. Thank you. So we have another award coming up. So the next award goes to Emerging Company of Modern Industrial and Logistics Parks in India 2020, Pragati Warehouse. Congratulations, Sandeep. Great show. And you are rising day by day. Over to you for a few words.
Yeah, thanks return. I hope everyone is able to listen, and thanks to the organization and Inflection. We are truly honored for nominating this award to us. In fact, last 12 years, Pragati as a group actually has only thought about warehousing in their domain. And the only need that we wanted to service was actually that how can we develop modern and industrial parks in India, and probably fill the unmet need of various clients. Now, in last few years, actually, we've figured out a way, and now we are developing it more as a platform level investments by various financial institutions, at the same time developing larger relationships with clients so that we can expand in multiple cities. So today, as we stand, we've already delivered, like a 7 lakh square feet project in NCR, which we have done a joint venture with Morgan Stanley. Now we've also developed about 1 million square feet for Amazon facility in Bangalore. This we've done for logos. And now, like under various JV partnerships, we are developing across India in various cities. And, and thanks to you that you recognize the hard work the team has been putting in and all the effort that has gone in terms of bringing some unmet needs that we can service in the society. So that's been the focus. And I think that would remain the focus for coming years to come.
Yeah, Sandeep, I can already see some great names associating with you in the industrial park domain. Look forward to hear more from you and keep on doing great work.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much for resting this award on us.
No, it is all your hard work. It has been juried, and the jury has recognized you. Congratulations.
Thanks, Etan. Thanks, Sandeep. Yeah.
Yeah. So for the final award, I will request Mr. Devdatta from Deepak Fertilizers and Petrochemicals to come on screen. Mr. Deepak, if you can open your video, I think it will be great.
My video is not properly working as of now, so
it's okay.
It's okay. The thing is that thanks to jury, thanks to the organizers for nominating our projects, and we have a team. Hello, we have a
yes,
team.
Sir, I will just bring your award up, and then you can give you a brief speech on that.
Okay.
But I can understand the excitement, and believe me, this has been juried by the top leaders like you in the country, and it is not easy to get this award. Very few awards we give every time, and congratulations to your team and your hard work. I bring up your award. So the yard management project of the year, chemicals, goes to Deepak Fertilizer and Petrochemical. A big congratulations to you, sir, and your team for doing great work, which has been recognized by the jury. Again, reiterating that leaders like you have juried this. Not easy to get this award. Congratulations. Great show, sir. Over to you for a brief speech, sir.
Thank you to jury and the organizers to nominate our work, and it's our honor to get this kind of award from this prestigious forums. Our award was on the yard management and the gate module systems. Our Deepak Fertilizer is a company where that factory has been basically made on just-in-time technology. So their responsiveness is very much required, and that is why we thought that this is our yard management system, fleet management system is one of the things which we need to do. With me, our team is there, Mr. Hemal, Mr. Vikrant, and Mr. Ramohan is there. I am giving the opportunity, if you allow, that those people who have basically done this hard work to say something from their own voice. Now over to Hemal and Ramon and Mr. Vikram.
Yeah. Good evening to Inflection, Elden and ESCOM to provide us such a wonderful and lovely platform where we can express ourselves in this forum. And after implementation of SAP S/4HANA, we consider SAP S/4HANA as a business solution, because after implementation, we came to know about the features. And by the features, we realize Deepak is industries in particular supply chain management. We are handling the 300 and 400 vehicles in a day. So we are facing the n numbers of constraint in earlier system. So by implementation of this SAP S/4HANA, we come to know that each and every what are the challenges that we are facing. It's a integrated solution as a part of the SAP S/4HANA. Like gate module, we are having the problem visibility of the vehicle in a system earlier. After implementation of this system, we able to get the report, get in, web bridge out, and each and every detail with this module. So it's a seamless work for us, and we consider this as a business solution for us. And after implementation, we are getting the benefited on day-to-day basis with the help of SAP S/4HANA. Yeah, thank you.
Vikrant, do you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am Vikrant, and thanks to the jury member for giving us the opportunity to come to this platform. We are honored to achieve this award. And this yard management is basically the gate module which we have implemented in SAP. So the main benefit of this gate module is that whenever we use any different technology, like as the fleet management system, RFID based solutions, so that takes a lot of time to transfer the data from the actual ERP system to the different technology. But this solution is based on the SAP only. This is giving the real-time information to all of us in the automatic mails only. So this is the main benefit, that we are getting the real-time information from the system on which we can take the actions very immediately whenever required. And thank you once again. Thank you to the Eldon also for providing us the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, is there anyone who wants to speak from Deepak Fertilizers? I think you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Again, you are on mute. Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ramon, do you want to speak something? Mr. Ramon.
You are on mute.
Just okay. Just I want to tell something about that which is missing. Vikrant was missed out. If we would have go for a different software.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. We can't hear you, sir. Mr. Devdatta, we can't hear you. I think Mr. Devdatta is.
I think some connectivity issues.
Meanwhile, I just say.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, thank you, jury, and thanks for selecting us and giving us opportunity and shortlisting us. And we are really honored on this award. And thank you all the senior management team of Inflection for choosing us for this position. Thank you.
I think Mr. Devdatta wanted to make some comment. I'll just wait for him for 1 minute. Mr. Devdatta, are you there?
Yes, I just my connectivity lost out. I just came out.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
What is the main thing we have achieved by this way? Our bay management system means each bay should not be idle for any point of time. That we have achieved, and our productivity improved like anything, and the responsiveness which we actually basically want to achieve, that basically.
I think, Mr. Devdatta, the productivity and responsiveness are two big things in supply chain, and that's what would have attracted the jury towards this award. And a big congratulations to you and your team in doing this great work. And look forward to see you more. Congratulations and thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with this, we come to the end of the awards. Thank you, leaders, for jurying this, and thank you, leaders, for accepting the awards juried by your peers. A big congratulations, and we again have Sarat on the screen.
Thank you very much.
Awardee from Singapore. Congratulations, Sarat. It's all your hard work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for all the awardees elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
yeah,
Sandeep.
and we have thank you, sir. So we have next month we have coming up the last mile delivery conference on 23rd December, and we will have another BFSI tech conference in which we'll see more top leaders and more such discussion. Today 450 plus attendees attended this live event, and we could have great questions from you attendees. Thanks a lot, and thanks a lot to the leaders and the judges for making this a great forum. A big thank you to all, and look forward to see you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
you